Did you get my email about the audit report? I did. Did you respond to it? I did not. I thought we would discuss it here since it came in last night. I just didn't see it until this morning. But the presentation's still on the agenda. The presentation's on the agenda, yes. Yes. But you had asked for the two items to be held, so those can, based upon the desires of the majority of the board, that could still happen, but the presentation is still scheduled. And you'll have an opportunity to ask those questions during the presentation as well. Hopefully that'll be helpful. Well, the issue for me is not having had a chance to actually go through this.
But I like this setup because that kind of an overview from a person.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we are. I mean, that's where we are, but we want to get this way in advance of what we seem to do. So
I think that's fine if we maybe just delay the vote on it.
yeah, I agree. I mean, we have no choice at this point.
That's okay.
Six.
Who
we got online?
I heard like.
I heard Leggett earlier.
All right. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone to this month's board meeting, today being April 23rd, 2024. I'd like to thank all of our visitors, our presenters today, our staff, and our board members, and our marvelous CEO, Mr. Massimo. Before we get into today's agenda, I would like to recognize Chatham County's retiree, who we are fortunate to have join us as an advisor and a consultant for the agency's human resources area, Ms. Carolyn Smalls. We are glad you are here with us today. Please let us know if there's anything we can do for you while you're here. Also, it is always a pleasure to see Ms. Gloria Royal. Ms. Royal is one of CAT's most dedicated employees with many years behind her carrying the finance division along with Ms. Cutter. We thank you for stepping in during Ms. Cutter's time away. Please thank Ms. Cutter for leaving us well cared for. Next, we move forward with the agenda. First on the agenda is approval for today's agenda. We need a motion and a second.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Roll call.
You do a roll call, please.
My apologies for stepping out of the room. Good morning, directors. Please respond close to your mic when you hear your name. Chairman DeCatodi.
Here.
Okay. Vice Chair Helen Song. Present. Director Clinton Emerson.
Here.
Director Tabitha Odell. Director Deidre Leggett.
Here.
Director John Taylor.
Here.
Director Bobby Lockett. Director Kenneth Adams,
Yeah.
Director Gertrude Robinson.
Present.
Tammy, you have a plan for today's meeting?
Thank
you.
All right,
And Chairman, there's a motion on the floor to approve today's agenda.
yes,
Okay. Need a second.
second. Roll
Do we
call.
have a section? Okay.
We had a second. We have a motion and a second.
I made the motion.
Second.
All right.
Wake up, everybody. And now do the roll call vote.
Thank you.
Director Emerson,
Yes.
Director Odell. Not present for the vote. Director Stone. Yes. Director Lockett. Not present for the vote. Director Adams.
Yes.
Director Robinson. Yes. Director Leggett.
Yes.
Director Taylor.
Yes.
And Chairman Cody.
Yes.
Chairman, motion passed to approve today's agenda for April 23rd.
All right. Thank you, Beverly. Next note, I would like to let the record reflect there's a quorum of the board present. CAT is conducting this meeting using inclusive practices so that the public can watch here and the virtual members can participate in today's discussion. This is in line with the Board of Directors' continuing commitment to increase accessibility and transparency for all. For the purpose of closing caption, I would like to encourage our members to state their names for the record when making a second in motion on any of the business items today. The member who has the floor will direct their question and comments to the CEO, chair. The CEO will respond. And if she is not appropriate person to respond for the record, she will identify and call upon the appropriate chief.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
So when the chiefs are making their presentation, we are not to ask them questions, is that what I'm understanding you just read?
They would like us to hold questions to the end of the presentation, correct?
But you said the question be directed to the CEO, but not to the staff. Is that that's what I'm understanding?
Yes.
That don't make sense.
Well, they want to direct it to the CEO and she can refer to which staff member can ask that question.
So I guess my question is, if Mary's up presenting,
Mm-hmm.
and I have a question for Mary, I'm not to ask Mary a question as a board member,
We can ask questions. Yeah, we don't have a problem with you asking the question.
but I can't ask it directly to Mary.
Yes,
Supposed to direct.
yes.
We can try it.
She wants to, we
I
wanted to
don't
direct,
understand. I don't understand that.
we wanted to direct all the questions to the CEO.
Why?
Hang on one moment. So if you could direct a question to me right now.
All right.
Let me try to answer this. I'm not sure about this part, Beverly. One of the things that, you were going to, explain today as board administrator was we were gonna try a different report presentation format, report out presentation format for all of the chiefs. Okay.
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with change. But I do have a problem with change without notice.
Well, that's what we're doing right now.
No, prior notice. You see what I'm saying? Because if we're making a change to the regular way we do meeting, and if you're not aware prior to a meeting, to present us at a meeting, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't agree.
It is appropriate. I disagree, because now we can discuss it. We're all together. So if you have a problem with the change, I want to know that you have a problem.
But I'm saying that if this is an afterthought on the part of staff, I'm okay with that, but if it's something they had been thinking about, either rather be in staff meeting or whatever, somehow the board should have known before the board meeting.
I think this is,
That's my point.
we're just using this practice as a test run. And like you said, your participation don't be much needed because that's how we're gonna make the changes with the board. This is nothing permanent about it.
But
Mr. Chairman, let me comment. I mean, I think part of this, is that in my interpretation, and when we go to commission meetings, when there are staff reports, it's in our packet. The staff does not get up and give a presentation for every report. We have it in our pre-meeting, which is kind of like our consent agenda, if you will. We go over the agenda. And then if you have a question about, I'm just gonna use one department, which is finance, then you ask that question, but finance doesn't get up and give an entire presentation. It's presented to us prior to the meeting. So that we don't spend time for board members that have prepared and read the material. And if you don't have any questions, that's fine. If you do, those can be addressed to that staff member or that department at the time of the meeting.
Okay, now, I understand the structure of the county commission, I'm fine with that. But the way CAD has been structured, that's not the way it's been structured. And all I'm saying, if we're gonna make changes, let's talk about it, rather than be in our committee meetings, and we have fought for this. Committee meeting, we've changed times, we've asked for reports earlier, we've done a whole lot of things to accommodate staff, which has not proven to be very effective. So now we're making another change. For what reason? I think if what we got is working or not working, then say that to us, it's not working, we need to look at it, how do we fix it? But we should have input into what's gonna be happening, because it's a board meeting, it's not a staff meeting, it's a board meeting.
I understand that, and we have commission meetings or our board meetings.
Right,
But for every department to go through a report, it's very time consuming. And the majority of commissioners, and I'm only speaking for the county. If they want to ask a question, that is perfectly fine, and the questions are answered. And sometimes a commissioner might want to ask them in the pre-meeting, sometimes they want to ask them out in the regular meeting. But for them to send us a report and then have to stand up and give a report is redundant. So we're just trying to, because at the last few meetings, I've noticed, Director Robinson, that we start to lose a quorum because our meetings are lasting 3 and 4 hours.
All right,
but
let's try this.
No,
Once again, keep going on.
let me finish. And my point I'm making, I won't cut off. The point I'm trying to make is simply this, is that we collect a lot of data to see how CAT runs. And the only way we know about the data and the outcome of the data is when the staff reports back to us.
You get it ahead and you read it.
But we don't get it ahead. That's my point. If we were getting it ahead.
I got the information for this board meeting ahead, and I read the material.
When I got it, it was because we got part of it Monday for one department. So what I'm saying is, until we can fix the way we get what we need, then we got to hear it when they're at the podium. If we're not getting it in a timely manner, there's just no way we can make informed decisions and vote on anything that we don't have the information for. So, I mean, we make concessions. We have made concessions, how we get the report, how soon we need to get it, and it has not been followed through. There's no explanation as to why it has happened. No one said we're late because, there's certain respect that's due to the board, because we work hard to do what's right by the citizens of Chatham.
I work hard to read the material prior to, and if I have any questions, and I make sure that I've read the report and I ask them when we're here. If it's a burning question, I will call the CEO prior and say, did I read that correctly? Can you explain this?
I think what the difference is that you work full-time, some of us work full-time, some of us don't work full-time. We do not get these reports a week in advance. The information is intended to overwhelm and not inform, so you got to go through all of it. So it's just not conducive to being able to digest it well.
Director O'Dell, we get our information for the commission meeting on Tuesday night, and we have commission meetings on Friday.
But the structure, listen, we have a structure. And we have asked, and it has been agreed by staff that they would do a certain thing. That all I'm saying is it has not been followed through. We do not get the efficient time like was promised.
There have been times when we've gotten over 600 pages.
I've been able to get through it, but
What
I'm
we're
just
looking
saying
to do is,
that in all honesty, 3 and 4 hour board meetings, we're losing our quorum, people.
Not when we're voting, we may lose it on presentations by
Yeah,
our
but
executive
that's not
director
good.
report. we may lose
We
it
should
back then.
not have 3 and 4 hour board meetings. This is the only board of directors
But
that
don't
I
load the
sit on.
agenda up.
I sit on Curtis Cooper, the same.
What we're gonna do is we have
But
a
that's,
retreat
that's
next week,
load
right?
the agenda. They load this agenda.
That's my point.
Yes,
That was my point.
Mr. Locke.
Do we not have
All right,
a workshop coming up?
Yeah, we got a workshop
I've
next
been
week,
asking for a
Tuesday,
workshop for a
and
long time.
we can address these issues.
And sit down and work about peacefully.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly want to work it out peacefully, but we're losing people during these meetings. I've noticed that people have got nothing left before the meetings are over.
The only thing that we were trying today differently, and I know, Ms. Dumas was gonna explain a little bit of it, was just on the staff reports. So that the action items and the consent items, there was ample opportunity for full discussion and questions and so forth. And on the staff reports, because those were provided, what day were they provided on? Wednesday. So the staff reports that were just the regular reports that were provided in advance, that we were gonna have a higher level review, just sort of overview, and then offer you the opportunity to ask any particular questions you have, but devote our time to the action items, because I do know that this meeting uniquely, because of a variety of factors, both board and staff, we were not able this month with the committee meeting structure to do what we normally do. So we wanted to be sure that we weren't making this meeting go so long that it either created the issues around having enough people present in a quorum and so forth, and also just in respect of your time. So we were going to try to do something a little different with just the staff reports today. So that was what Ms. Dumas was going to explain, I think, earlier.
Well, does she need to explain now?
Ms. Dumas, do you want to talk a little bit about what you did differently this month, and also talk about when the agenda items were provided, though the actual agenda items? I think we did make that on time.
Well, I think you made the point, Mr. Maxwell, the goal for this meeting was to, for staff not to go fully into their presentation this month, their monthly report, and to highlight a few things, that we wanted to bring to the board. And so that was the statement that I was doing.
Beverly, can you also share, when the action items, the regular business agenda items, that was provided? We did make that on time this
We
month.
did not.
Oh,
Chair Gill, the week before, or
the week.
before, some majority of the items on Wednesday. And then we rolled out the remaining items. As they come down.
So they got them last Wednesday though, so about a week in advance.
No, not a week in
It
advance.
was not a week.
No, it was not a week.
5 days. Is that it?
But the other thing too is some reports have, that we got charged that are missing information, that they're incomplete. We get them, but they're not complete. It's like it's a rush job. And we supposed to be okay with not getting all the information. I'm not okay,
No,
because that is important. And if we're gonna be effective board members, we gotta have the right data to make informed decisions. And I've said before, I'm not willing to vote on anything that I don't have information enough to make an informed decision. So the board reports could come to us, but they've been this month alone. And I won't say what, but they were incomplete. They were like just thrown at us, and we're supposed to be okay with that. I'm not okay with that.
typically, it takes us about 4 days to go through the material, would you say?
We got it 5 days in advance this time, not a full week, but 5
Mhm.
days in advance.
So what the point I'm making is what we probably need to do is push out the time, push back the time towards the fact that whatever information we get prior to the 7-day mark. And then by the 7-day mark, you can make your corrections, and then we'll have a full week to go through the material.
The high staff don't do that, because at this point, they're not able to meet. If you tell them to give it to me early
Mhm.
and they're not ready, I mean, high staff don't do that. I
I
think
mean,
we put a burden, extra burden on staff that's unnecessary. What we need to look at is the amount of, like the revised, board structure that I sent in.
mhm.
We need to look at that, and we need to look at how we load this agenda up, because if this stuff is important, then we may need to spend 3 to 4 hours to get through it, if it's important to the community.
Mhm.
So I mean, if time is an issue for board members, then we need to talk about that as well. But we cannot keep loading up this agenda and expect to do it in an hour. That's impossible.
And maybe we need to run 1 month behind. Maybe we need to stop.
Well, that's kind of what my structure
Let
looks
them
like.
catch up. And then we run 1 month behind. That way they have a whole month to get us everything.
Well, that's pretty much what I recommend.
This fast pace, hurry up and do, that's not us instructing them to do that.
Right,
I'll go back to the fact that
that, give me one.
the commission gives us the information on Tuesday night for Friday's meeting.
But I'm worried about the structure of Chatham area transit. Board that I sit on representing Chatham County in a way that gives me what I need to make an informed
I
decision.
understand that, but what.
That's
I'm
my
trying-
bottom line.
I mean, I'm just trying to put as close of a comparison as I can on the subject. We get it on Tuesday night. I start reading it as soon as I get it. I've got, what time I've got between Tuesday night and Friday to go through it. And our staff request if we have any questions prior to that we need answered before Friday, then we let them know. But
I think it kind of sounds like there's 3 different categories of things. There could be report, updates from staff that could be very short and really just if we have any questions, if we've got the information, maybe a month. Maybe what they're telling us is stuff that was a month ago, so we had a bit of time to look at that. And it's not critical issues, it's not stuff that we have to vote on. There's other stuff that could kind of be a little bit of month behind. And then there is gonna be stuff that we might get really quite suddenly before board meetings that we have to act on. But at that point, that's gonna be pretty limited. It would be like, okay, I need you to look at this and I know it's late. I'm sorry about that, but it's not a whole bunch of late stuff. It's just like a critical green screen thing or something like that. Because shorter meetings could be good, but I don't want to lose any information and I don't want to put staff under duress. But no,
Do we have any more comment? All right,
What's gonna happen today?
we will continue the agenda as we normally do. We won't worry about making these changes right now.
when they get up to give the report, if anybody doesn't have any questions, can we?
We can't table the audit.
Well, I requested what did I request? 4?
I think you had requested, there were 2 action items, but Malden Jenkins is here, so they're just gonna present it to you today and it gives you an opportunity to hear their
to hear them.
presentation.
But I think if we can delay that vote so we can get their presentation today. And then now I've got this book, I can look through it, take my time, and then vote on it next month, that'd be great.
And I guess my question is, why is it late?
Is it late?
Yeah,
It's late.
it's late. It's late.
When was it supposed to be?
January.
January, because we talking the year before.
Well, I guess we can ask them when presentation, I don't.
Is this normal? I
No,
mean,
no.
I think the report is dated in December. So I mean, it was submitted on time,
But we didn't get
but sure, I can't speak to that.
right, I understand that, just,
I think a final PDF was given in January. And typically, we kind of stopped printing bound copies. And I think that may have been where the miscommunication was with you all getting a copy of it. I mean, everything was done on time and submitted on time. I think it's just a matter of private. My understanding, just from hearing you all speak to that.
Well, we have our presentation next, so we can start out with our presentation with Mr. Trey Scott with Malden and Jenkins.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Again, my name is Trey Scott. Pleased to be here with you all this morning to discuss the results of the authority's 2023, June 30, 2023 audit. Really quickly, why I'm here today, just to give you a quick introduction to Malden and Jenkins. Go over our audit report, your compliance report, and your financial statements. Go over some required communications with you, and then certainly answer any questions that you all may have. Really quickly about Malden and Jenkins, we were founded over 100 years ago. We serve over 650 governmental entities throughout the Southeast. We do this across, I think it's up to actually 14 offices in 6 states now, but I think that graphic needs to be updated. And the office that serves you all is our Savannah, Georgia office. But enough about us. I think of particular importance to you all is our audit opinion. I think, as you all know, those bound financial statements that you have there are the responsibility of the authority's management. It's our responsibility as your auditor to express an opinion on that financial information based on our audit. And we do this by following generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. And I'm pleased to report to you all today that we were able to issue the authority a clean, or what we call an unmodified opinion. And then what that basically means, those financial statements present fairly the financial position and the results of the authority's operations as of June 30, 2023. And that's what you're looking for, a clean opinion. It's the highest level of assurance that we can provide to you as your external auditor. A couple of other reports within your financial statements. The first is what we call our Yellow Book report. It's a report on your internal controls and compliance. It doesn't provide you with an opinion, but if there were any significant issues, findings, those kinds of things, that's where we would report those to you. And we had no audit findings this year. I think that's just a testament to the hard work of the finance department. Certainly something I think you all should be proud of, and they should be commended for sure. The other report is a single audit report. So anytime you spend more than $750,000 in federal grant monies, which you all do every year, you're required to have a single audit as well of your major grant programs. And we performed that single audit, issued you an unmodified or clean opinion on compliance with your grant programs. It had no findings that related to that single audit as well. So that's certainly something you all should be proud of too. Quick overview of the financial statements. If you flip through there, the first thing you would come to would be our audit report. The second thing you would come to, and if you only look at one thing in there, I highly recommend it be management's discussion and analysis. This is written by the finance department, not us as your auditor. A very informative section with comparative analysis. You know, if you want to wonder why something increased or decreased, it's discussed in that section. And then following that are your basic financial statements, your balance sheets, your income statement, statement of cash flows, and then your footnotes, and then the compliance report and single audit report that I just mentioned. So if we kind of take a look at the numbers themselves, and I won't read these numbers to you, but just want to point out kind of some key highlights of your financial statement, more specifically, my wife's a teacher. She said anytime you stumble, just say words are hard. If we take a look at your balance sheet, we had our assets exceeded our liabilities by almost 72 million. That's that very next to last bullet point down there at the bottom. You know, one of the more common questions I get is how healthy are we? And an audit's not designed to tell you how healthy you are. But there are certain metrics you can look at that kind of gauge that health. And one of the ones I like to look at is your liquidity. How liquid are we? How many times do we pay our current liabilities, our invoices at that point in the year, our payroll at that point in the year? How many times do we pay those things with the current assets that we had available to us? And we could have done that almost 16 times. That's a very strong liquid financial position, and it's certainly a very good indicator of health. I'm more of a pictures person than a words on the screen person. So it's actually a pretty good looking graph, statistically or trending rather. Your assets are going up. It had that little dip in 22, but net position continues to go up too. So the difference between your assets and your liabilities. And then the orange bar, your liabilities trending down over the course of the last 3 years as well. So that's a good healthy looking balance sheet comparison over the last 5 years. Another place, talking about health a little while ago, I also like to see how old are our capital assets, our capital items. Are we reinvesting into the authority? And we absolutely are. The closer that orange bar gets to the top of that blue bar would tell me that our assets are getting very old. We're not really reinvesting in the system. And we need to be doing that in order to be able to provide the services that we're going to provide. So again, good looking healthy capital asset comparison over the course of the last 5 years. We move on to what you all, I think, would call the P and L or income statement, what we call in the governmental world, the statement of changes in revenues, expenses, and net position. Net operating loss, not uncommon for a transit authority, about 17 million. It is those non-operating items, grants, so taxes, those kinds of things that kind of come to the aid to be able to provide our services. But ultimately, we did increase our net position by about 13 million this year. And then kind of looking at this graphically, again, the orange column are your expenses, kind of held those pretty constant over the course of the last 5 years. Good thing. Revenues are ticking back up over the operating revenues rather are ticking back up over the course of the last 3 years. You kind of see the fluctuation in your non-operating items, which are the gray items, grants, and those kinds of things as well. So again, nothing really gives me any kind of concern looking at your income statement. Final statement, the statement of cash flows. Again, not uncommon to have to use cash for operations. It's those non-capital financing activities and capital financing activities in the form of grants and those kinds of things that kind of come to help out. And then we were talking about reinvestment a little while ago. We did that to the tune of almost 8 million this year in the form of additions to your capital assets. So certainly a good thing there. It increased our cash by about 3 million from the prior year as well. And then finally, just some things that government auditing standards require me to communicate to you. We had no audit findings, no management letter comments, and a clean opinion, as I mentioned earlier. So all great things. We had no disagreements with management in the performance of our audit procedures, no difficulties in performing that audit as well. And then just want to make sure you all are aware that we're independent of the authority in accordance with all of the applicable standards of our profession. And that pretty much concludes what I wanted to report to you all today. It's been a pleasure to serve the authority, and we look forward to serving you all in the future. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
But Robinson, I know you had a couple of specific questions.
Well, no, I want to direct my question to you if it's okay.
Sure.
The fact that they did it on time and that the board, you didn't get it.
I'm not certain why those reports normally go to finance. And I just need to ask, I do not know why it came out late to us. I will ask that question. Did you not want to go ahead and ask those two specific questions about, I think there was some missing data or a missing item or two that you noted?
What I sent to Mr. Massimo was on page 9, the rental income, the 0. So I thought we were getting minutes from Greyhound for rent. Was that something else other than Greyhound?
And your revenues are so large that maybe the rental income that came from Greyhound was so small that when we rounded that percentage, it's showing as 0%, but it could be like 0.45%. I'd have to look into that.
I think that's, given what the rent has been there, I think that explanation is probably accurate, but we can certainly get that specific number for you.
And then on page 11, we have repairs and maintenance. There was no percentage for that on the draft. And those are only things I was able to get to.
Sure.
I would have.
Yeah,
no
that's
idea.
just, that's just the, in the MD&A there, that's just a kind of a typo. There's a percentage there, it just, the way it printed on the page, didn't print out, so.
It shows there is on the graph, but she's correct. It's not.
Yeah, it's got a piece of the pie, I just don't have the percentage there, sure.
Okay.
We can certainly get that correct.
Those are the only things I was able to get to.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson.
I do have the single audit. You said it's in here. Was that page 34 through?
Yeah, the report itself is on page. It starts on page 35.
Okay.
36 and 37, and then, yeah, your actual federal grant programs are on 38. And notes to that schedule are page 39.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate you, Mr. Scott, for the presentation.
You bet.
Next, we will have summer services changes presentation. Ms. Markovich, and Jim Ritchie.
Jim is not here today. Mary will be presenting the service changes. And this is also one that I wanted to point out. Dr. Robinson asked us for this information ahead of time, and we did send that out, but we're pleased to be able to talk to you about it in full today and answer any questions that you may have. And if you do have any questions, please feel free to direct them directly to Mary.
So good afternoon yet, no, good morning, Mary Moskowitz, I'm the Chief of Planning and Infrastructure Development. Mr. Ritchie was unable to attend, but he did provide the memo that is attached to this presentation. So I am going to be talking about the July 24 service changes, and just a reminder to the board, we do service changes 3 times a year, about every 4 months. The reason that we do service changes is twofold. One is just kind of reviewing our existing service and seeing if there's any kind of scheduling cleanups that we need to do or anything of that nature. Then it's also our opportunity to implement the recommendations of the transit development plan. So for the July service changes, we have categorized them as to 3 types of changes. The first type is that increase in service frequency, and this is directly related to those recommendations that came out of the transit development plan. So in that plan, we are striving a short-term goal, words are hard, is to achieve a 30-minute headway on our key corridors. And so in order to achieve that, we are recommending that we increase the headway on Route 28 from a 120-minute frequency to a 60-minute frequency. That would be 2 buses running on Route 28, but we also have Route 27, which also runs on Waters Avenue. So that would effectively be a half-hour headway along Waters Avenue corridor. The other change is to Route 31, which is the Skidway corridor. We want to add a 3rd bus there to have that 30-minute frequency, but in order to meet the timing of that, we do have to do some route modifications and end the route at the Walmart shopping center. It will not go to the Oglethorpe Mall. Now, in looking at the data, what we see is that most people who are making that trip from the Walmart to the Oglethorpe Mall, they are actually, that is their trip. They are not going from the Skidway to Walmart to Oglethorpe Mall. And we do have 2 other services, the 28 and the Route 4. So if people want to make that trip, they are still able to achieve going from the Walmart Supercenter to the mall doing that. The other recommendation, this was in the TDP, but we may delay this, is the simplifying of the Route 3, which provides service to the airport, but also goes to the Highlands and Bentlands area. The plan in the TDP is to shorten that tail end and just go end the trip at the airport, and then utilize microtransit to pick up those more neighborhood areas in that zone. We really need to make sure that microtransit is up and running and utilized in that zone. So we really can't make this change until microtransit happens, and that looks like that is going to happen in July. So this change may be delayed until the November service change. And then the other changes are the things that I was talking about that reliability changes. So these are recommendations that came forth in a lot of conversations with both our operators and with the public. The first one, Route 14, we've been noticing a lot of struggle to maintain that reliability. So we're looking at ways to increase that. One option is to remove the Rose of Sharon stop. So every other bus route goes to the Rose of Sharon. So what we are recommending is to remove that stop. That area will still be serviced by the Cass Connect and the microtransit service, and that will help us increase reliability on Route 14. The other change, this is on the weekends, is to modify. We have fewer buses that run on the weekend, and they're really having a hard time meeting that timing. So we want to replace the loop that goes around the Veterans to the VA Center around the Savannah Mall. Right now, it's bi-directional in that it goes to the mall and then it comes back the other way, back to the VA Center. Historically, what has that been? It's been a loop. So they just go around to the VA Center and then go back on to Abercorn. So that is recommending on the weekend to go back to that, old pattern, and hopefully that will help save some time and get us more reliability. And then on Route 3B, we are looking again, this is a loop change. So, instead of going back bi-directional, along the Houghton and Rankin Street, we would just continue the loop there. This was similar to the old pattern that they had, and just going back to that old pattern, and hopefully that will help with some of that time points and reliability. So what does that look like as far as service? So you hear me say that I'm increasing service, so we're adding some buses, but we're also trying to not modify the service to make sure that we still have the same ability with our operators. So what we've done is we want to make sure that straight runs, the full-time service is still being maintained on the weekdays. And so we are able to maintain the same number of weekday straight runs. We did have to increase the split runs, and what that is that somebody who's working maybe in the morning 4 hours, has a long period of time off, and then has to come back in the evening. That's not always an ideal work environment for some operators, and so we try to minimize those. We've done a really good job in the past of really reducing that. We did have to add back some additional split runs, but the feedback that we've gotten from some of the operators is that, you know what, it's really not that bad sometimes, and some operators actually prefer having the option of having a split run. And then again, the trippers, that's a really good opportunity to pick up some part-time work or some extra work. And so, you know, we always try to add a couple of trippers, which is the FDA calls a less than 6-hour shift. So that's just kind of the weekday, the schedule, and then going to what it looks like overall. We are able to maintain the same number of rosters. So we have 23 rosters, but in order to do that, we did have to change some of our part-time rosters to full-time rosters. So the same number of runs that we're going to have, but more full-time runs in order to achieve that same number of rosters. So kind of the next step is, and we're actually in the process of doing this, is reviewing those rosters with both operations team, and then once they sign off on going to the union for that. We want to finalize that by the 20th. We have to get that loaded up into our system by May 27th. And then my favorite thing was when the operators get to pick. You know, I thought it was going to be like in a little room with tickers and stuff, but it's actually mostly done over the phone. People calling in what their picks are for their, essentially their schedule for the next 4 months. And then the schedule will go live on July 8th. We will also be having, after this meeting, going out doing some targeted public involvement, especially to those areas like Rosa Sharon that are having some very specific changes in that Walmart down on Montgomery Cross, but then also some general public input as well. So that concludes my presentation. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
And I can direct my question to you, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, please do.
You know, I have concern
Okay.
when it comes to how we're serving our customers, okay? And when I look at these route changes, you said we do them every 4 months. My first question is, between July and November, how often are we inspecting what the customer's saying? Do we wait till November to ask them a question? So how do we inspect what we expect?
So I guess we are constantly monitoring the ridership on the route. So I do that monthly. For rider feedback, we receive feedback all the time from passengers. So I have a list of that. So if somebody emails the info line or calls in or has a question, we take note of that throughout the year. And then the other thing is what we're talking about, those targeted, either a very targeted public outreach event or a more general public outreach event.
So specifically, Route 14, Rosa Sharon. You taking away a bus from them.
We will be removing that stop. Yeah.
So you're moving a stop at an area where it's very critical You've got a lot of folk who are disabled who need that bus. So have you, actually, not you, but have any part of this organization talked to the people at Rosa Sharon?
So what we, in this particular case, we wanted to come to the board first. We do have plans to speak to Rosa Sharon. But we did look at the ridership there and then talk to the operators that run that route. And they were in agreement that it did make sense. Now, there is service to Rosa Sharon, both in the Cat Connects and now with the micro transit. And that's why we felt it was an appropriate change. So there is still service to that community, but it is not that fixed route 14.
It's more custom service that's
Yeah.
provided.
And what concerns me about what we offer them instead of that is the liability and the availability, because if, I'm not sure how we are with, drivers or we cut the ribbon on the micro transit. But I don't know how we even did that with paratransit being short of drivers, you know, but my concern is, are we really gonna be able to deliver in a timely manner what those folks need at Rosa Sharon? And that's something you can't answer right now. That's what I'm asking. As we move into these changes between now and November, are we gonna really talk to the folk there specifically at Rosa Sharon? And I have issues with 31 as well, but are we talking to those customers to see?
Yes,
Are we
absolutely.
delivering
Yes,
what we
and
promised?
that is the plan, is to go directly, especially when we have a targeted change like that, to go directly to those people. Absolutely.
And we want to show it to you all first as a board, which is what we're doing today, so that once we do get out in the community and start talking about these upcoming changes, and we've got lots of lead time before this actually occurs, that as you hear things, because you will, constituents will reach out, folk in the community will reach out, you will have had the benefit of having heard this before questions are asked.
And again, the reason this is a presentation and not a, I'm sorry.
So I was just saying, excuse me, as the alderman for the district and on my other side, I would rather be a little more intimate with this conversation. But as we speak with the residents, I would rather get a more detailed report, and I will give you guys some feedback as I get it from Rosa Sharon, because I frequent that area, and find out what they need.
Absolutely. And again, so this is just a presentation. We're just talking to you all today. It won't become an action item until next month. So by then we'll have that information back from those.
But I just think that's a move that we shouldn't make. You know, that's just how I
And
feel.
we certainly take that into consideration, and then you will have that opportunity in May, once we get that feedback, to make that decision.
I would think that the micro transit service offered to them would be easier for them.
That is some of the initial feedback that we, again, I have not done a formal
Right, and I
analysis.
understand you need to talk
but-
to them, but I would think that to be able to get a more personalized service through the micro transit would be preferable than possibly the fix, but
Cat Connect has been wildly popular.
Yeah,
How happening is moving from 76 to 100 and almost lower.
but I guess what I'm thinking with the people at Rosa Sharon, knowing when the bus is gonna come, it's easier for them than calling up and maybe getting it, may not be getting, that's what I'm saying, you need to inspect it.
Well,
they
now
are,
Cat
yeah,
Connect, they don't have to call. Cat Connect, they have a designated day, right? Rosa Sharon has.
Cat Connect is a daily, yeah, that's the.
So they have a designated day and they can always plan around it. It's a different kind of micro transit. It's not one where you have to call in and schedule, but it's still micro transit, but it's micro transit that is scheduled. So it's not like para where you have to schedule in advance, and it's not like micro transit where you have to get it on the app and call it up. We dedicated days, because we're running 5 days a week, and y'all correct me if I get something wrong here. We're running 5 days a week, and of the 14 senior centers, they have designated days, and now all those seniors plan, like if it's a hair appointment or grocery shopping or whatever it might be, they plan their days out now and know it's going to be there on that day for them. So it's run a little differently.
it'll be interesting to hear what they have to say.
Oh, absolutely. We still should be seeking input for sure.
I'm excited really about all of these changes. I think they really speak to reliability. And again, reliability is so critical. It doesn't matter what your plan was if you're not able to execute them, and people will lose trust. So anything we can be doing to increase reliability Rose and Sharon is a block away from Abercorn. And I have always thought that for the backbone route of our system to make the small deviation, which does add, 2 or 3 minutes, which can really expand over the course of, a day. I think focusing on what is the mission of Route 14, I think it's to pump people north and south. I think it would be really helpful to talk to Leggett to see if there's something that the city and CAP could do to make the gap between, to make that block a little bit easier for folks to be able to get from Rose and Sharon to Route 14, which will now be like a block and a half away. If there's anything that the city can do to just make sidewalk improvements, that can be really cool. So they still have access to it, but it may not be right in front of Road and Sharon. And the other changes, I'm also excited to see those as well. And again, reliability. I think that's the main thing.
When you talk about road share, you're asking people that are already limited in how they can walk the walk.
Yes,
I
I'm
don't
also
do-
talking about like how many people use Route 14 in a month, like 14.
14,000.
That's a lot of people. That's our number one route. Anything that we can be doing to make sure that the reliability of Route 14, I think like if Route 14 isn't working, it speaks to the whole system.
And you say that the risk of the customer having to walk
Yes.
from the, I don't agree, I think.
So-
I am specifically given the numbers
And I-
that you might be seeing.
Chairman, I believe Ms. Swinton had
Yes.
a question. So-
Yes, because of the rideshare, and when the operating to operate is less and less now that tech has started. They are more excited about the city drive to where they need to go. So they have enough community support, so 3 people in a week, maybe the 14 that really share.
How many?
The first people are not in our people.
That's, yeah.
So Cat Connect, because it's both zero fare and it's very dedicated to their facility, is a much more,
They both like call per transit and our tech connect, like if they have a doctor, maybe for Walmart around the first part of the month. So maybe if we can look into, because the first and the third is really, when you have a right ship after that, is they're going to Kroger and the store where Tech Connect takes them out, that they could go to the Target area. They're doing the shopping there. So I think we only use Walmart towards those 2, so maybe we can look at maybe the first days of the month, we go around in that area.
So-
And the second one is, I know you need to sit out on this bus, but the 14, I know she said on the weekend, it will not be live or we weekday early, so we can change out of one day.
The proposal is just on the weekends right now because that has the fewer, but again, we will continue this conversation. So right now, the proposer to meet the rostering is just on the weekends.
So, yeah, that's something that you will sit down about, because the 14 weeks having a time problem, and that causes a lot of inconsistency or the passengers are upset, so I think we do need to mediate with each other.
I think we need to sit down with you and have a detailed conversation about that and figure out what the remedy is, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
And based on, what Ms. Swinton just said, if in fact the Connect is working and the citizens are satisfied and the Clinton and Diedrich looking into it more, I think it's a good thing, because free ain't always good, but if it's working,
That's cool. That's great.
yeah. Yes.
I think you had a really good suggestion, though, not necessarily about that block, but I do think Cat Connects is a great partnership opportunity with the city of Savannah, especially given the history that's present there around what used to be called the senior circulator service. And this is not the senior circulator, and we certainly don't want to call it that, but it has a constituency that is very similar in profile, right, and dedication of service. And so I think that this is one where we want to go back based upon the history of the city's support of that service line, to have that conversation with them, especially as we start to near the end of the other Cat Connect support that has enabled us to start that particular piece of microtransaction. Seniors.
So what I can do is after our public input, we'll come back in May with that report, and that's when, you all will make that final decision on the service. So is there any other questions? I know you have some.
Just something I kind of want to add to the conversation, but I feel like it might be helpful to think of our different routes in different ways. Some of them are like almost express routes. I feel like the Route 14 is like, it is designed to get people up and down as quickly as possible. Some of the routes are much more nuanced, and they go to specific places and they're doing specific things, and they have little appendices where they kind of get to something. And I think, making sure, having a clear idea of like, what is Route 14? Is it supposed to be sort of like getting everywhere, or is it just like get it going north and south every 30 minutes, like clockwork? And then, what other routes kind of are more nuanced and can kind of get around and then just to throw this out there is like, do we need to be going down Abercorn downtown? Because there's all those squares and third place. So if we.
It's like the comparison almost, what you're describing. It's almost like the sort of peer relationship, like arterials and collectors.
Yeah.
In a street network, same kind of thing is describing these workhorses, these, routes that are just vigorous in ridership, and they're like a workhorse route versus these ones that are a little more, as you call it, nuanced or directed and so forth. So, we've got 8 that are workhorses. And I would put those in that sort of arterials category, and then a lot of others that are about system connectivity and more localized impact, and those are more like a collector in the street system.
Well, my last question with Route 31. So we're gonna have 3 buses on Route 31. Is that a change? We currently have what, 2? So so with the 3rd bus, are we still going down through Nottingham and down the road? We're not cutting that out, are we?
So it goes,
I don't care which bus it is.
it would, the termination, would be at the Walmart. So still going down Skidway and Duran, down LaRoche Avenue, Nottingham, yeah.
Okay. And you said terminated at Walmart, is that it?
Yeah, it won't go to the mall anymore. But
Because the mall is served by others.
yeah,
And then one of the buses goes straight down Eisenhower.
one of our routes.
31 will get to the light, will skid away and Eisenhower and turn on Eisenhower going.
I think,
Going
I'll
back
go like,
to the water.
goes up north on Eisenhower all the way.
No, I'm about north and south. It's going to where water is at.
Going toward Waters and,
Yeah, okay, it was still, okay,
Truman.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was still, yeah, because that's a pretty active stop here at Truman, although there's no kind of amenities there, but it's a very active stop.
I would go back and I believe that's still making that pattern, but what we'll do is, because I haven't finalized this yet, when we get the final, movement, I will send that.
So it's the path.
pattern.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, yeah, that's,
Right, and Eisenhower. Yeah. That would be to Eisenhower.
yeah, so we wanted to have the services to on that Sally Mood, so that would be, the Goodwill, the Taurus, all of that, yeah.
Mhm. And
Thank you
going
for
back to
reminding me.
Yeah, going back to what water. Okay.
But we'll get that final pattern to y'all.
Sounds good.
Anything else? Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have our leadership update with our union president, Ms. Swinton.
Good morning, and welcome board of directors, leadership. The union board report today, March 27th was finance and Cutter FO invited the union and management to discuss the FY 2025 budget.
in each operational department, which was maintenance, fixed route, and paratransit. The union is going to submit a budget request for paratransit, fixed route and maintenance wages to finance. April 1st, the company invited the union for the public official launch of microtransit pilot program. It did very well. April 15th, management, Sterling, Seacrest, and the union came to a discussion meeting on the positive and negative of the United Healthcare Insurance. The union discussed the strong laborers' concerns with this insurance carrier. Our laborers are really not happy. They did discuss the situations with Sterling Seacrest. They said they will be looking into different options and looking into certain discussions that we had about United Healthcare Insurance.
What's the
Ms. Whitney,
major
may also,
concern?
go ahead, I'm sorry, Director.
The major concern.
They're having a hard time getting their doctors in the network that they've had over 20 and 15 years. They're not accepting them. Their medicine are not being accepted, and when they are, they're paying way more for medicine. So it's like it's cheaper coming out of their check, but they're paying on the back end for medicine.
So, President Swinton, if you would please confirm for the board that during the meeting with, Sterling Seacrest, we did, direct Sterling Seacrest management, directed Sterling Seacrest to go back into the market and to solicit from all providers with an understanding about that very concern. And you might also want to mention that management has been working directly with Sterling Seacrest on the specific prescription drug issues that some of your members and operators have had. We've been very directly involved in trying to resolve those matters and so forth. So I think that's worthwhile to mention to the board from your perspective.
Well, you mentioned it, the last.
So Sterling Seacrest
We
always
have-
been the. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we have had, management had worked with them on some of the issues, concerning the medication. We still have a lot of operators. Myself personally, I've been with my doctor forever. Along with maybe 3, 4 more, even, management staff that attend, that we go to the same doctor. We can't get them in the network, they've looked into this, but it's not only us, it's others. So it's not just laborers, it's also some staff and management. They have tried to work with them on medication, some successful, some not. At the meeting, yes, we did, as Mr. Martin said, she did speak with them to ask them to do a broad count. I know that they bring up the percentage and how, it's cheaper with UHC, but I'm the union president. I have to think about the labor that's in the union and out of it, and when they voice the concern, I do bring it also to management.
The union indicated that there was an expectation too, which I think, Sterling Seacrest needed to hear us say that. When we directed them to go back out into the market and really, once again, solicit on behalf of CAT the interest and responses from the full market, not just go back with UHC. We're definitely not taking that option to just go back with UHC and remove. We got an indication from the union and from some other, benefits, staff that helps facilitate some of this, that they felt like that there was a appetite or an acceptance by employees that if we needed to pay more in order to get, if they needed to pay more, contribute more, in order to get the things that they want the way and that they need them, that was okay. And so we've now got that sort of additional piece of information to go on, but we're still trying to figure out how to make this as cost effective for everyone as possible, being respectful of everyone's pocketbooks, and also make sure that the issues that we've experienced in this year of change of provider, that it has been a challenge for some folks.
CEO DeMassimo, when UHC looked at CAT to make a proposal, they were supposed to review the formulary and accept the formulary. So they really are supposed to not give you that harder time to take medicine, because if they weren't going to accept the formulary, the existing formulary, they were supposed to tell you individually for which medication they wouldn't accept. So I would think that Seacrest could go back to them and argue on that, because they bid on it, and if they didn't exclude. Huh? Yeah, if they bid on it, if they didn't exclude certain medications, then they have to explain why they didn't exclude them. And then they have to either accept them or make some other recommendation. But, because they did the same thing when the county switched over to them. And then the county took the formularies back, and then they had to accept all of them.
Got it.
So maybe you can get them to,
I will absolutely go check on that,
Yeah,
Director, and I
'cause-
appreciate you bringing that up.
yeah, because they're supposed to give you a list. When they look at your medicine list, they're supposed to give you a list and say, number 4, we will not pay, or number 4 has to be replaced with this. And they're supposed to go down each one. And if they didn't do that, then they mess
Is
with
it for
you.
doctors as well, or is that just for medication?
No, they're supposed to look at the doctors as well. They're supposed to try to give you
Like what? you're-
what you already get. And if they can't give you what they already get, they're supposed to show you how what they're giving you is comparable or better. So it's supposed to be a detailed analysis. That they're not just supposed
And
to
that's
say,
called a formulary?
the formulary is the
Drugs.
medicine, is the drugs.
I can give
But
you,
the accepted provider is called an accepted provider list.
I can give you an example. We have one of the operators that I've been personally involved in, because he has had such an issue with that. He has a prescription that he takes. They did provide a substitute that was supposed to be a comparable substitute, but then the comparable substitute wasn't available. And so then we had to go another step further on that. So on the drug side, we have had some experience in them offering what you're describing and then still having some issues.
And
But
see, yeah, because on the comparable substitute, if they give you a comparable substitute, and even though it's supposed to be comparable, it may not chemically be the same,
Right.
and the person may not respond to it.
Right.
There's supposed to be a caveat that if it doesn't work, you can go to the original. So they're supposed to give you every scenario. There's something in here I'm allergic to.
Do you need a Kleenex?
Please.
Beth, can we grab a Kleenex for the director?
I'm
I'm sorry,
I don't know what it is, but
I could tell it was really bothering you. I apologize for interrupting, but I
Thank you.
just didn't want you to.
my allergies are horrible, and there's something
I told her what.
in it. Yeah.
Are we kind of like stuck
No,
till?
we are not. So we're stuck until the renewal.
We're not stuck until with the renewal.
We're for the remainder of the period of time that which our renewal's coming up.
Okay.
So that's why we had the meeting with Sterling Seacrest, and that's why we said, we've got time. Let's activate a complete market redo. We know last year that, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, Anthem, really, if you all recall, they really bounced us up. I mean, past the point of the county. Exactly. And so that was what forced us into looking at, what's the most cost efficient. But now we've had a year of experience where we've got to find where's that spot between cost efficiency and good service for
But
our
to keep
folks.
from losing you, they'll negotiate. They don't want to have you for 1 year in. It costs them more money for you to come in 1 year and leave than for you to stay 2 to 3 years and leave.
We actually think that there may be, though, some appetite from Anthem to lure us back.
Yeah, Anthem didn't expect everybody to leave,
So
because
we'll
almost
see how
everybody
that
left
goes.
in Georgia. But United Healthcare may be incentivized to keep from losing you.
Well, but I think the incentivizing, though, has got to be not just in what they say, it's
what
got
they
to
do.
be in what they do.
And they're
And-
really good at, they got sued for making promises that they didn't.
Right,
So they really good at making verbal,
right.
and they don't always put it on paper.
I'm sorry, we've really taken this
No, it's okay.
conversation.
The next concern, are our uniforms. carrier. The operators from day one have had a lot of problems with the new uniform, the rudeness
The one out,
on being part.
okay.
I thought they were coming to us. I thought they were coming on site.
Dr. Manning has been working with them. I don't think they've done that yet, but that is what I requested. You're correct.
And they were supposed to come on site once a month, was it?
They were supposed to come on site when they did uniform so that we weren't going there.
Right.
We had to
Right,
go
and
there.
it fit everybody and measure everybody and take the order.
That's correct.
But that hadn't
Okay.
happened.
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, this is the issue because they're dealing a lot with rudeness. Some of them have not even went and gotten their uniforms because
But they
the
have
way
not
they
been,
are talking to them out
but they have not been on site.
They haven't.
No,
We've been doing
no, not
exactly
here.
what we were doing before.
Yeah,
Operators are
my
still
daughter
going
did
there.
discuss that she was implementing that, but I guess.
Did they give you names?
It has not occurred yet.
No,
They should give you names of who's saying something to them so that you can give it to the CEO.
okay, yeah, because they're having a lot of problems when they're frustrated with it, and a lot of them just there to get it, they'll just keep the uniforms that they have, so they need like.
Dr. Manning, what has been their delay? You were the person who was following up with them to make sure that they came on site as I had requested, but I know it hasn't happened.
Procurement have to reach out to them and organize that, then I will have my team schedule them to come in as when that is not coming.
So my question is, when we agreed on the contract with them, that was part, I thought that was part of the scope of the work.
It wasn't part of
So
the
you mentioned
contract. It was
your-
something I had requested.
Right.
But they agreed to it.
But you said they agreed that it was gonna happen.
Dr. Manning's been working with them and it has not happened. That's why I just asked him why that has not happened.
In the contract, that wasn't part of that agreement.
No, but
It wasn't written
Well, it
into
should have
it
been
because they agreed to
To
it.
come
Right.
outside,
Yes, they agreed.
and that's why we.
They agreed to get the contract. I remember we had a whole conversation about it. They were like, oh, yes, we would come out there.
Right, and but part of it because of location was not convenient for everybody, and part of when it was presented to us, that was part of the deal. Wasn't no question asked, it wasn't no getting them to do it. And I'm concerned about why it hasn't happened.
yeah, well, that's what I said, procurement have to reach out to them. Because everything, with the uniform, I as a CEO don't have much part to play. I'm all responsible for my workers to come in when they about using the calendar. So Victor is working on that side, for them to come on site. When I do know when they come on site, I'll schedule the drivers to come in with their mission for the.
See, what I'll
When did
do,
they approve that
Dr.
contract?
Robinson, is, I had delegated that and I will personally be involved now in asking about their, with procurement and with operations about making sure that they come on site, because I've asked for it.
Yeah. so
For
we
quite some
approved that-
time.
We approved the contract when? How long ago? It's been a while.
I don't remember. Has it been a year yet?
I think it's
About a year.
January was a year.
And they haven't been on site, I don't.
Yeah, January was, oh, that's so much better. January was a year.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so much better.
So that's, okay, April 22nd, the union and Dr. Manning met and discussed operating concerns on the on-demand assignment. We are meeting again, to get a resolution. April 17th, we only had one grievance meeting for the month, March and April, so that's great. We do have a grievance on paratransit wages and raises that will be coming directly from the international. ATU. The union had one open records request on an outsourced investigation that will be reviewed by the international attorneys, right now. The union also wants to reiterate the request to the chairman Cody to enter a vote for the union to organize security call center in the ticket window. And the operator,
I'm sorry, baby, say that again.
the union also wants to reiterate a request to organize, to get a vote to organize the security, the call center, and the ticket window.
On the board?
Yeah, the board does the vote.
So we just need to vote to allow you to recruit?
Yeah, to organize them because they want to be in the union and we go to the CEO first and the letter that we gave y'all last year. Yeah, so she denied them coming in. So the next step is to go to the board before the international come down and go public. So we want to go to you, so y'all are able to enter the vote, and they gonna see those changes, and then they come down. If it does not, if they
I
don't,
want-
it won't.
I want to be sure the board has the full information on that. So there was a request, there have been requests made of CAT for similar parts of CAT to organize going back, how long, Andrew?
It was, I think, 2001.
2001
back
was
as
the first one
2001.
I was able to see. And over all of those years, those have been declined, and they've been declined on the advice of counsel. And Ty has written up several opinions about that matter. So when I declined the request, I did it with the legal foundation that had been previously being followed by CAT since 2001. So I would urge you all to please be sure and revisit that so that you understand that if it's being elevated to the board.
So what's the opposition to the union? Why not?
Well, so I'm gonna have to,
Executive session.
I'm gonna have to talk to you in executive session to
Okay.
provide legal advice.
Okay.
In theory, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the union. Everybody, I think everybody supports you. But there are certain legal precedents that we need to discuss and potential consequences, so I need to brief you on that.
Okay.
Okay, and Ty, it sounds like in the process, back 20, whatever you saw, it never came to the board. Was that step missed all those years?
When Curtis was here, it didn't come to us for a conversation. It went to Curtis, and Curtis did something to placate the situation, and then it didn't go any further. So I guess we'd have to look and see what Curtis did, unless Ty remembers.
Can I explain it? Okay. Before the previous president, they wanted to organize the supervisor, which is management staff. Now, in organizations, the supervisors are organized somewhat in the union. I do not want to organize the supervisor. That is management staff here, and that's the way I look at it. My organizing is the smaller labor, which is the ticket window, the call center, and the security. Any personnel that is paid under a certain wage. I will give the board PDF information. I will send it to Beverly, wherein all over the United States, security, call centers, and ticket windows, along with supervisors, are organized under ET.
But you're not requesting supervisor.
No, I am not.
Were you specific in your letter to the
Yeah,
CEO
y'all-
that
y'all
you were
have it.
not requesting supervisor?
Yeah, I gave y'all the letters also.
Okay.
Yeah, there are no supervisors that I'm requesting, and it's only security, the ticket window, and the call center.
Well, what I can appreciate is that you look at other agencies.
Yes, I'm gonna give you a list of a dozen of agencies all around, and some of them board has entered the vote to bring them in. This is not a past practice. I think that CAT moves backward. We are in the future. We have to look toward not what somebody did in the 80s and 90s. I say this all the time. We have to go forward. And it's nothing wrong if we support unions as we say we do here. And I encourage our members now, and we probably see more and more, they listen to the board meeting, they look at the board meeting, so the public knows who looks out for them and who doesn't. So when we're going forward, we need to have a forward mind frame. We are not here to hurt each other, we are to help each other. We're here to make sure that they have fair practices, fair wages, fair benefits. The board wants the same thing, so does the company, the CEO and them. So we all have to work together. So the residual on this is not making sense to me, but I know that some people, like previous lawyers, they've been here a long time and they work like the older ones on past practices because nobody did it. I do not want to organize the supervisors, and that's what the previous president wants to do. I'm organizing lower paid employees at the call center and security and the ticket window. Those are the three.
There were also just, so going back to 2001, there were requests previously that were not supervisors. They were they were similar kind of, and again, like I said, what I did at the time when I received that was in an effort to be consistent with practice, asked for review, and got, the opinion on that Andrew will be able to discuss with you later in executive session, but did do the due diligence of understanding, because it wasn't about supervisors at that point.
Well, I do have the previous president.
But I think that we can move off of that because we're gonna get some new information. Yeah, yeah.
And, the next thing is we have a message, from the members. This is to Mr. Maximo, but also so the board of directors can also hear it. They thought this was a good fit in our, union meeting. It says, listen more carefully. One expert points out that leaders touch your heart before they ask for your help.
Excuse me. I got a question. Dr. Robinson.
What you're about to read, I want to ask first, has Mr. Massimo seen it or this is?
Oh, no, this is not, this is just a comment, it's not like something, it's just something that,
I have not seen it or heard it ever before.
this is not bad, it's a good one, it's just telling you to listen to what they're saying. So it's on you if you want, like, they asked me, so I told them I'll read it.
Well, I just think, I don't know the content of it, and I would be kind of hesitant to hear it if we haven't seen it first.
Okay, so you will want me to send it to you first? Okay.
Yeah, that's just my suggestion.
Okay, that's fine, I can do that, they just asked me to read it, so I will send it to you.
Thank you very much, and I do look forward to reading it and hearing it.
Okay, so that's all they have, that's all we have for the union, any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Robinson.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
Next, we have consent items. This time, like that, do we have any members want to pull anything off the consent item?
B and C, right?
I
think it's B and C, isn't that right?
I'm trying to do C. I like Malden and Jenkins. I think they've always done a good job, but, in terms of, let's look for it. Find it.
Yeah,
I have no problem with, yeah.
So we're gonna pull it, right?
you want to pull
Let's
B
pull
and
B.
C, isn't that right, Dr.
I
Robinson?
have,
I don't,
I can't remember what was it,
C is about report, C is whether we should, what.
well, I don't want us to approve the report either, because we haven't read it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying.
That was B. And, where am I?
C was the authorization to extend their contract.
And my only concern was the lateness of it, but now that I hear it wasn't their fault, I'm not overly concerned, but I just thought we should take a look at it, to see.
So let's pull B.
Yeah,
And how long we had them? How long we've had Malden? For years?
15, 20 years.
It's been a while.
So have
We do the 1 year, if we extend the 1 year contract, we're going into our fifth year.
So when we do that, we're not looking at any competitive price, or we're just comfortable where we are, and since they've been with us.
When we did the contract, we had extensions in it,
That's correct.
so that if they did a good job, we wouldn't have to go back through the process. So this is, I think, our final extension. This is our final extension. At the end of the final extension, we'll have to put it out, yeah. But they've been pretty great.
I thought they did a good job on.
Yeah, they've been pretty great the whole time.
They have a really stellar reputation too.
They do.
So it's just, we're gonna pull 4B.
I think so. Well, then I'll make a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda with pulling, item number B. What we just 4B.
And I have one question. These EV transit vans, are these the ones we talked about before?
Which item are you discussing?
And I had a question about.
Yes, this is one, the amount changed, and Dr. Manning, you might want to address this, the amount changed, and so we're just coming back to request a revision to your previous authorization for the amount.
Okay. I got one.
Yes,
Just for protocol purposes. I have some questions about on 4D, 4E, and 4G. And that, not that I'm opposed, I just have questions about it. So what point do we get to?
We can go ahead and discuss questions now.
If we said something like, I move to approve the consent agenda excluding option B,
Mhm.
and then we would move into a discussion, we could sort of ask questions about any reasons.
I'm at that.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking,
Okay.
when does that happen? Yeah.
I
I think you're at the question point now.
Yes.
Well, we need a second, I
You
think.
gotta have a second.
Somebody,
Thank you. Now questions.
Question before the vote?
question.
Yes.
Okay. All right, on 4E. Will we get will there be a data presentation next month
yes, ma'am, we can do that.
on 4E? And
So the 30,000 is for all three vans, it went up like 10,000 a piece.
Which, are you talking about else now? I'm sorry, hang
Uh-huh.
on just a minute. Let me finish answering.
Oh, isn't that-
E
It
Real
was,
quick, is that it? I just want to make sure she had asked about everything on E. We will plan to make a presentation on the, Zero Fair Student Pilot Program next month.
okay.
Was there another question on that?
Yeah, because I just want to see the data related to how well it's doing
Yes,
and if it's going well while we continue it. And, yeah, and then, for F, I wasn't clear on what we approved versus what we're asking.
Dr. Meany, do you want to discuss this one, because this was just the increase in the quote?
Yeah, so, the board did approve, and give the amount of 3,554. The price went up, so we're coming back to the board with the new price as inflation costs all that evolved. So that's why we're coming back in some spot. The amount has a difference of about
30,000.
10,000.
So
No, total.
that's what I thought you were asking when you were asking about the zero fair in the presentation. So
It's total though, Director,
it's
not,
total,
yes, ma'am.
right? So it's not 30 times 3.
No, ma'am.
No.
It's
That's-
10 times 3,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
30.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So
And they went
that,
up $10,000 a piece?
is that because I was delaying purchasing them?
And also, what happened is inflation, it's not all by America. So we have a procurement where we cannot buy any vehicle that has nothing in the foreign pathway. So the delay was one factor, and also cost of inflation and all that factors in. And that's why it's
The market is still really volatile. Now, we've had something, and next month, you're gonna hear a positive report out where the market's still volatile, but on the third ferry bid, it worked in our favor. So good news on that one. But on these, especially that Buy America requirement, we've actually had vendors that have talked to us about just their difficulties, but we have to comply. That's the federal regulation, the federal requirement.
So a quote on a bus today may not be the quote that we will have you get in the purchase.
Might not.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, yeah.
So.
Well, we're locked in though on this one. Now, they gave it to us for a specified period of time, right? And I think when we brought this to you before, and I don't want to speak for Dr. Meany, but I believe what happened was we brought you an agenda item based upon a quote we had at that time.
Right.
The quote expired by the time we got back to do the award, and that's how much we're
Penalized.
yes,
Yeah.
well, penalized just by, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good example of the kind of, agenda items that I would be okay with, like, okay, let us vote on this quickly.
Yeah.
Other items, really not time sensitive at all.
And then on, are you good with? E?
Yeah, that's what,
And on G, now the language for me was rather difficult. And what I would ask for you, CEOs, can you please explain maybe just for public awareness, what type of technology it is, what it would look like?
Yes, ma'am, and I appreciate you asking that question because I do know some, especially some of these, the wording of them, especially when we're technical in our wording or prescriptive in our wording, as we had to be with these, it might not be as easily readable or understandable. So, you all are aware that we, had a very good legislative session, and the legislature made another one-time funding commitment to us. And they were very specific, though it was for our use in electrification and technology infrastructure to support ferries as a priority, since we've got these hybrid ferries coming in, and also other uses. So what we have done is working, and we were having to wait, the congressionally directed spending with opportunities had been out there for a bit, but we didn't have match money until the legislative session ended, and they committed that those additional local funds to us, state funds. So we had to hurry up and go ahead. So that's why this is a ratification request. We had to go ahead for both Warnock and OSOP because theirs were due on that next Friday, and get the congressionally directed spending marks in. And be able to demonstrate that we would have the local funds to be able to match, because those are typically their capital and typically 80-20. So what we're doing with these is the electric charging infrastructure that is needed. And we've worked with Georgia Power already to get some idea of the cost on that. Electric charging infrastructure for our new hybrid ferries. Now those will be here in November. They will initially be running though on hybrid on the fuel side, because it's going to take a bit of time to get these earmarks won't come in until FY26. So it'll be next year before the charging infrastructure gets in. But meanwhile, we can be doing the design and working with Georgia Power and getting everything ready, and then have the funding to execute. Additionally, we have some technology pieces, whether that's smart cameras, whether that's the changeable message signs, not only down at the ferries, but at some of our major, we're starting to think about what do major transit hubs look like, and where can we, especially with some of our more technology driven vehicles, like all the connected Cat Connects or Cat Smart, those kinds of things. More technology infrastructure that's modernized and ready to operate sort of the back end of that. So that's what this is for. And we were very fortunate that both Warnock and OSOP were really eager to help, and we got the match funds sort of just in time, but we've got the match funds to be able to pursue these. So that money that we got will turn into, with these two requests, almost $3 million.
So is there time on it? We won't lose it.
No, ma'am, we will not lose it.
So we're good as far as.
We are. In fact, it's going to work out very nicely, because now we got a little lead time, because the funds won't be available for FY26 is what we've been told. So we got a little lead time to get the design, you know what I mean, to be really ready. So when those funds come in, we can execute.
So
before, but I have to be transparent and knowledge to the board. What happened was that the initial code that we presented to the board, it was quoted for gasoline.
And we had
And
to
that's the
select.
direction. So when we switch to electric, this is what you have to take out of it.
right, but the actual the presenter said electric. It's somehow, so how did the gas get it?
So the code that we quoted for electric was wrong.
The quote.
The quote was wrong, yes, I got you. Yeah, 'cause I know we
Thank you for
voted on
that
it, but
reminder.
I know we
There was
voted.
electric, that what happened is that we given quoted the price of electric plan instead of, gasoline instead of electric. That's why they take it out of now.
Okay. But now ratification means that you've got something in place.
We had to submit them. The deadline was last Friday.
So it's already been done.
So we had to go ahead and get them submitted, but we're still bringing them to you in full transparency as we normally would for your ratification of that action that we had to take, so it's not to miss the deadline for funding.
Okay. All right. That was my question.
They call them earmark.
They don't call them that anymore, but I still call them that.
Never mind.
They call them congressionally directed spending now, and I don't know why, but yes, they're earmarks.
So, I guess the fact is, it's already been done.
We still wanted to bring it to you to be transparent, Director. And again, we couldn't apply for it until we had local match, and we didn't have local match until the legislature granted us local match, and then they were due the very next week. So this is a little bit like one of the situations, Director Edmonds, that you're talking about, sometimes the schedule doesn't work always with the board schedule, but we don't want to lose the funding opportunity because we would lose it for a whole fiscal year.
Can we get it for the vote? Is that where we are?
Yes,
Possibly
do the roll call. please.
Yeah, you're gonna pull me.
Adam to approve consent item A, B, D, E, F, and G. And I'll do a roll call vote.
Yes.
Wait, you said A, C, D, E, F, G?
All of the stuff, yeah. Director Odell,
Approved.
Director Stone,
Yes.
Director Lawson,
Yes.
Director Adams,
Yes.
Director Robinson,
Yes.
Director Medley.
Director Leggett?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Director Taylor
Yes.
and Chairman Cody.
Yes.
Chairman motion passed to approve item 4, A, C, D, E, and F and G. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Next, we'll be going into our individual action items.
Okay.
That's 4B.
Five,
Five A.
Oh, 5,
Right, they,
4B has been tabled.
yes, yes. 4A is tabled.
And 4B is tabled.
Well, 4A should be taken. Because the drivers will have a problem with uniforms, it's the same place.
No, that's five.
we inside.
This is a different uniform matter. This is the maintenance contract. Maintenance uniforms are done under a different contract.
So this is a different provider.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have one question for that one. How does this compare to the last previous contract dollar amount? So we've had them,
Finance, do you know that?
And is this the one from last year?
I think these are the same ones that did, maintenance last year. I'm not certain.
Okay, I think you're moving to a different provider. The service of them, it's a different provider.
Are they in town?
Universe is, we have them with Universe in the past. And I think they're looking to go back to Universe. I think we're currently with Aramark.
That's right.
so how does this compare to the air match price is what I'm asking.
Okay, they are coming in under Aramark at this time.
So this,
We can get you the actual details of the cost that Aramark was and what they were really cost was.
so
Yeah,
this,
it does say they're low bid.
this was done through a regular procurement process?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Right, Adam.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Is this for uniform and cleaning?
Just maintenance.
And cleaning. It's a maintenance division and a marine service division.
Yeah, that makes sense. And they clean them for them.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes,
Yeah. They get kind of dirty.
Yeah.
Okay. Really good.
So do
We have any more questions or comments?
No, I'm, we ready for vote.
We need a motion in a second.
Second.
Beverly, you do a roll call. please.
Okay, I'll take the motion from Director Emerson and seconded by Director Robinson.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Director Emerson,
Yes.
Director Odell,
Yes.
Director Stone,
Yes.
Director Lockett,
Yes.
Director Adams.
So we thought the pay again.
Director Adams, you got a vote.
Yeah.
Thank you, Director Robinson,
Yes.
Director Leggett,
Yes.
thank you, Director Taylor,
Yes.
and Chairman Cody.
Yes,
Chairman, motion passed to approve item 5A.
thank you. Do we have any questions or comments on 5B, request board approval for extension? Yes, Dr. Roberts.
Okay, on the financial calendar, we moved the budget workshop to Saturday, 5/11. That's a Saturday for Mother's Day, okay? And I would need to know when we get to see the working draft of the budget before.
Oh, the Saturday before, are we even here?
Well, I don't know whether you have,
I mean, can we do it virtually? Cause you not gonna be here.
well, I know, and I know I probably won't either, but I'm just saying, that I don't know how we missed that, but that Saturday is the Saturday before Mother's Day.
I think we can re-
was bad Saturday because.
No, it's supposed to be in April, and then they couldn't get it for April.
Can't we do it? not on the
Well,
holiday?
remember, we had to delay because of Ms. Cutter's house.
Right, but can't we do it not on the holiday?
Well, I'm saying.
week after?
Well, my
How
point
about
is,
the week after?
Beverly, did you coordinate, did we coordinate dates on this? We did, or Ms. Cutter did?
no, you were given the date, but I don't think anybody.
You just didn't realize
Nobody
when it was.
I don't think.
Yeah, I know, I
staff-
didn't register.
Unless staff wasn't either, because I don't know why staff was opposed a Saturday for Mother's Day.
Got it.
We took it on figure face value, but when I
got it.
looked at it, because staff said, let's do it then, and we agreed to it.
If we did it virtually then, does that work, or no, you would prefer?
Not
a
on
different
Saturday,
Saturday?
either way it would work. for me.
Okay.
So, but I'm just one. I'm just one. I just want to bring that to the board's attention. And then my other question was, when will we get to see the working draft?
When is the budget's due, what, June 30th?
How come we can't move it to, the following week?
Following week or the week before? No, following week.
Well,
What's going on the following Saturday?
the 30th is we got that, retreat, unless we postpone that and make that.
That's in April, isn't it?
I mean, April 3rd.
It's next week.
That's
Next week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're talking
but-
About May.
Yeah, but Stephanie can't come, so we still gotta do it in May.
I'm just saying.
So what's the following Saturday?
We'll look at
Yeah,
the
First
Saturday
meeting of
after
the
that was the 18th, I believe. So I'll circle back with the board if that's okay.
Okay.
After meeting with Ms. Cutter to see what dates may work.
Now, is the 21st a Saturday?
Let me look.
Yeah.
Now,
It'd be the 18th.
Not,
Oh.
No, I'm looking at the budget workshop too. It's
You
set
know,
for
That
Saturday.
should be June, it looks like. That can't be right. I think you caught a typo there because the budget workshop 2 wouldn't be,
May 21st.
but that
not
can't be a
Saturday.
Saturday, Beverly. It May
No,
11th is a
May-
Saturday.
No, you're right, May 18th is the next Saturday.
And then the 25th, if we did 2 back to back.
So budget workshop 2 though can't be on Saturday, May 21st.
Yeah, you can't do that, one. that's
May
Memorial Day
21st
weekend,
is
that's
not
my
a
baby's,
Saturday.
that's my baby's birthday, I'm gone,
What, the 18th?
the 25th.
Yeah, I'm just saying that says Saturday, May 21st, which is an error.
Correct, that's
Yes,
it.
that
It
is.
is.
That's correct.
Tuesday is the 21st.
Right, so I can do the 18th, I can't do the
Well, the
11th
18th
or
is,
the
the
25th.
18th would be
Saturday.
Saturday.
Would the board be willing to have the whole week of budget workshops on a weekday? Versus the weekend? On a
Yeah.
Saturday, that
That would be
will
on what?
open up more availability, yes, sir.
Well, now, what do we have for Tuesday?
Well, is everybody not available on the 18th?
No,
That's not a holiday, it's between 2 holidays.
It can be,
And-
it can be available.
In all honesty, during the week, it's really hard, I work.
So you'd rather move it to,
the 18th.
another Saturday versus a Monday or Tuesday? the
If
following?
it's possible, I'm willing to give up a Saturday.
That could be available at the pleasure of the board. No, we'll work around the board's schedule.
But we already planned to do it on the 11th, which is Mother's Day. And y'all, I work really hard at being a mom. I don't want to give up my day.
Let me ask y'all a question, given that there's 2 budget workshop dates up there. And we know the second one that has an error in it. And we already then had the first reading and public meeting scheduled for the May board meeting, which is on the 28th. If we moved the budget workshop to the 18th, would you be okay then with one budget workshop instead of two? Because otherwise it's starting, you see what I'm saying, between the budget workshop and the first reading at the May board meeting, you're starting to get so little time.
Well, let me ask you,
But
if we have it on the 18th and we still got stuff to do, let's just cancel the board meeting on the 28th and have the second budget workshop.
Except for important stuff we might need to do, but I'm okay with that.
Okay, you mean emergency, don't say important, say emergency,
Like emergency.
emergency stuff.
Well, let's don't call it emergency. Let's give us a little leeway there, because I mean, something may not actually be a true
Well, if it's a
emergency, but it
deadline,
may
that's
be-
an emergency.
Time
Okay,
sensitive
okay.
stuff, but.
Yeah, deadlines are
Okay.
emergency.
That's fair enough.
Skip staff.
When you say emergency, I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah,
about
let's
the use
just
of that
say
language.
everything that falls under, you gotta do it before now, will fall under as emergency.
well, we might need to vote on the order.
Well,
So that could be, we can do that.
that's a time, we can say that's a timeline. We giving us ourselves a month.
So it'd be a really limited, but very limited agenda of only essential items.
Essential items,
Essential
let's go right
items
into the
to the
budget
vote.
workshop.
Okay,
So that'll give us the 18th and the 28th.
and the 28th.
Okay, so the 18th is the workshop,
The 28th is the follow-up.
Workshop.
and the 28th is the modified board meeting.
And workshop.
I think we need two workshops, I would want to have two workshops, so we're already.
Well, we're gonna do the 28th as the
Right,
second
I'm just
workshop.
saying, I'm just thinking, I would, I would not want us to cancel it altogether.
Got it.
What,
Matt, the
what time is
clarification. Yeah, right there.
What time was scheduled for the 18th, on the 11th instead of?
11,
11.
11.
so 11 on the 18th?
Yeah, here.
because remember, we all decided to hear 11 o'clock.
So it's gonna be 11 o'clock on both days.
Gives us time to do emails in the morning before we have to come.
Yeah, it's less than
Oh, thank you. For clarification purposes, workshop, we're proposing the 18th of May for the first one. And in lieu of the CAP board meeting on the 28th.
We're gonna have a modified board meeting and then workshop.
Okay, a modified board meeting.
Only essential and time sensitive
Well, that's all I.
agenda items. No, it's not.
Now, when you say first, now the first reading and public meeting, then we're canceling that out. Is that what we're doing?
There will not be a reading in a public meeting because we won't be ready for that. So it'll have to push until,
So you move that, we have to change that as well.
yeah, that's correct.
We'll work on that. We'll get back with the board.
They can do that on Thursday. Oh, no, that's like, that's Memorial Day. Why don't y'all just do it the next day? Do it the 29th instead of the 28th?
The workshop,
No, the reading.
the first reading? Yes, ma'am. We
Oh,
can work
the
that
day
out. That's
after?
not a problem. We'll work out the first and second here. And then I'll circle back with the board. Okay. Thank you.
So that means that we're not actually approving this action item today.
Which one?
5B.
Or you approve
No.
it with changes or
Are we approving it with changes?
approve it with changes.
Is that what we're doing?
And that way we're establishing it and everybody knows, the public knows, we know. and
I can
we're
work
moving
with that.
forward.
All right. So the motion is gonna be a pretty lengthy one.
Beverly, do you want to read back to us what all was said so that then the motion can just be made to it?
Oh,
Because you keep up with things super well.
well, I'll try my best, but what I've heard is that we're going to amend today's budget calendar to have the first workshop move from May 11th to May 18th, and I don't have the report in front of me, so I hope I'm reading off the date correctly, to Saturday, May the 18th. And instead of our regular board meeting on May the 28th, that meeting date will be to focus on the second budget workshop.
The ad is gonna be a modified
Agenda.
board meeting.
With a modified
Agenda.
Board meeting agenda.
board meeting.
and the second,
agenda.
and the second workshop.
And when we say modifies, are we putting a limit to the items that's coming?
Yes, so the essential items, yes, we very limited, yeah.
Essential time sensitive.
Beverly and I'll go ahead and sit down, because we have our forecast of what's supposed to be already on the agenda for next month. So we'll go ahead and go through that and figure out what we think is that curated list of essential. And then we'll, if it looks like it's anything other than a few, whatever a few looks like, we'll socialize that with the board, but otherwise we'll keep it to something that looks significantly different than what we normally see.
Okay, I'll make that motion as Beverly read it.
Okay,
And I'll second it as Becky read.
thank
All
you.
right. Roll call, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board. Director Emerson,
Yes.
Director Odell,
Yes, yes.
Director Stone,
Yes.
Director Lockett. Director Lockett,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Director Adams, Director Robinson.
Yes.
Director Leggett,
Yes.
thank you. Director Taylor,
Yes.
thank you. And Chairman Cody.
Yes,
Chairman motion passed to approve item 5B with the amended changes stated today.
thank you. Next, moving to 5C.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve, 5C.
Second. I got one quick question. What did we change to the preparedness program?
Well, it's, I think it's red line.
We changed, we approved the, addition of the Assistant Chief Operating Officer for Marine Operations to what's called the Command Policy Group. And we approved the addition of marine hurricane procedures to the section outlining department responsibilities. And we did that in conjunction with coordinating with marine operations, but with the review of the safety security initiative.
Okay, but all of the other stuff stayed the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that includes addressing everybody to find out who's going to volunteer and advising everybody to get their families out when they say they stand. Okay.
And then the financial impact, if we get some money back from the city or anybody when it comes to us transporting people on our buses or.
FEMA.
If it ends up being, if it rises to the level of FEMA eligibility, we would.
But if not.
But we keep that, but if not, it's just us being good community partners.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Okay. We get goodwill for that.
Well, one year we just had some confusion as the people who said they were driving. Then they thought they were gonna be able to stop and go get their families, and then the families didn't get out. There was a whole lot of confusion.
We just did something, it wasn't around hurricane preparedness, but it was our regular sort of emergency evacuation stuff. Recently, the county requested our support. I think it was when the county and the city requested our support, when the hotel caught fire and families that were living there sort of intermediate residential, and they had to evacuate folks, and we sent a bus over to help with that. The county requested it, and we sent a bus over to help with that, and that's no FEMA thing, but it's the kind of thing we do, I think, as a good community partner and goodwill.
Motion. Chairman, we have a motion made by Director Robinson and seconded by Director Stone for item 5C.
Yes.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Director Emerson,
Yes.
Director Odell,
Yes.
Director Stone,
Yes.
Director Lockett,
Yes.
Director Adams,
Yes.
Director Robinson,
Yes.
Director Leggett.
Yes.
Thank you, Director Taylor,
Yes.
and Chairman Cody.
Yes,
Chairman motion passed to approve item 5C.
thank you. Next, we'll be moving to action 5D. Do we have any questions or comments on request board approval for official and a pilot governance meeting? Scheduling of the new governance meeting schedule for the remaining months of fiscal year 2024.
And that's it. We've already read it.
Yeah, this part again. And that begins like now. So the next meeting, like planning and construction meeting is on
It's not the one,
First.
It would be on May 14th.
Mhm. The second Tuesday.
But mine's on the third.
That was the.
so yours just says second Tuesday.
You are prior to the new.
And the governor's meeting will be on the third Tuesday.
That's correct. Everything else is, well, let's see. Service delivery and yeah, second Tuesday, everything's on
So
the,
you are.
I'm sorry, I read it backwards too. It's all third Tuesday.
It's all third Tuesday. All right,
That's correct.
which would be the 21st.
It would be third Tuesdays and then,
And the
yeah,
fourth Tuesday.
yeah.
Okay, okay. Oh,
I did the same thing. I read it backwards.
this is where it's trying to do.
Look at the
On the
proposed
second.
language.
Proposing that it's on the third Tuesday.
Where's that handout?
Out here. It's right here. It's on like the, flip to about the fourth page. It's on the back side.
No, I don't have
So we're
it.
still doing our governor's meeting.
We're not doing governance, we're governance.
It's as needed. It's listed as needed. It's not regularly scheduled, but it's called, it's convened by the chair as needed.
Okay, but when the committees meet, then the governor's meeting is set the agenda. So how we limited that?
I don't think that was ever actually happening.
I don't think that was
But
happening.
it should be. So it's just-
Definitely was not. I think
Yeah.
if we can sort of clean up the schedule and make it easier on staff and us, and kind of focus on that, because that was not happening at government to, in terms of putting the schedule together, putting the agenda together. I didn't think so, but,
No,
But how do we make it easier? I don't want to say this.
I don't think there was no good reason for the governance meeting to be had.
you know, one of the things that we've talked about a bit too is the committee meetings have not been really being used the way you would expect committee meetings to be, where the committee meets and they dig in deeply into the things that are in the committee, and then it gets reported out by the committee chair with a recommendation to the rest of the board that they would adopt without them having to do the same level of detail. They should be familiar and have reviewed it and all that kind of thing. But the you know, big discussions would have occurred in committee meeting. So, I mean, I think that there's a number of these things, but the governance committee has not been being used that way since I've been here and even
But
before.
I wanna go back a little bit. What does eating, was that that we did the board,
Yeah, it was like,
so we just do that in person.
No,
um,
no, we don't have to,
I'm a little bit confused.
yeah, because we got the committee meetings and we don't need the committee meetings to dictate the governance meeting.
But a lot of, we were following.
we probably should bring that book out.
Yeah, but we've been following that,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden, either we're going, or we're not gonna use it.
Yeah.
That's,
We need to bring it out and figure out what works for us as a whole.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think that is also what happened that, I mean, Doug Eaton's just the dude. He's not the be all and all of how we
no, but the point is that we agreed to.
try it out. To see how it works.
Well, we're doing some of it,
Yeah, we are. and I
We're
think
doing
that's-
some of
we
it,
really are. I mean,
but-
I think like, you know.
but
it's
you know, one of Edie's things was we were supposed to be a month behind.
Right, and that's. what
And
I-
so we're not a month behind. So we're always
Behind.
struggling.
Right. So, I mean, we just can't.
I mean, we need to give staff a month to catch up and then let them be a month behind. So come to us on February and tell us what you did in January. Come to us in March and tell us what you did.
Doug
Yeah.
said that I should be giving the planning and infrastructure development presentation. And, you know, and like, and all the different, you know, board member committee folks. And honestly, I'm not sure if that's the best.
No, but that was what happened in your governance meeting, when you as the chair, clearly represented
To the rest of the chairs,
yeah.
not to the, yeah. It was.
But I'm happy to adopt this. TBD doesn't mean that it's canceled. It just means that if we need one, we can. bring it online.
I
And
don't know.
Robertson, to your point, I think the goal is to bring the board government back in July. Is that, Mr. Mansell, because right now we have a current conflict.
That's correct.
So July, we'll bring out a new board government that will include an updated calendar.
With the new fiscal year.
So we talking, this is April,
This is only for June.
Yeah.
what's our conflict in June? You said something about conflict?
Up until July.
What's our conflict?
You have, leadership for them. And the master is the chief staff liaison for the government.
So the COO couldn't fill in?
Well, why don't we take this opportunity to let them get us 1 month behind so that we can stop struggling? If we're not gonna have a board meeting that month, then let them get everything together. And then they come to us, when's the next board meeting, July?
May, next month.
No, which one are we skipping?
May,
May.
We're skipping May.
so it'll be June.
May's the one you're just gonna do a modified board meeting. You're not actually really skipping it. Remember, we're still gonna bring urgent,
Right.
critical. So
But aren't we
June will
talking
be the
about
next
skipping
one.
one?
Well, we were talking about,
we did that.
eliminating the governance meeting altogether, is what I'm.
But didn't we say something about missing a board meeting?
Last year, we
In
did it in
June?
December. Remember, you all gave us December, last year.
We need to pick them off and let's just give them a month and then let them come in and tell us what they did the month before.
I think it could be next month.
You wanna do it in June though, and then that way we start off a fiscal year fresh and moving forward that way.
Well,
Because next month's not really a month off.
we'll have to approve the board on the budget.
Well, that's right, that's right, that's right. So maybe July,
But I think this is more
May.
about how they finish out.
but May's not really a month off.
But this is about, this 5B is about how we finish out the year,
The fiscal year.
with this calendar,
And I'm, yeah, I think that works. Give them some time to try to
Well-
figure out what we want to do.
Yeah.
2025.
Just agree to this with the caveat that we don't change it.
Well, yeah, and we need to take a serious look at what the structure is and what it's gonna be and,
And when we want to change it.
yeah, stick to something.
I think it'd be a really good idea if they gave us what they did the month before. Instead of trying to tell us what they're doing in the middle of the month.
And that's pretty much what I proposed when I sent you guys what I thought would work based on.
Yeah.
Beverly,
Because that'll give us
wouldn't that
that'll
ease it
give
up
us
on
the-
finance in particular, because finance is always trying to work around when statements actually, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think
And
we'll
it's,
have
and if it was completely where finance was only reporting out on the previous month and they already had those statements, so.
You recall, we gave her that usually, we gave her that usually already.
Well, it's not, it's still,
But
finance,
what I'm saying is, we talked about it when Ms. Stephanie asked, and she was presenting to us. You know, so we kind of have
So
that.
if we do that, that'll work with her schedule, because she'll have because in January, she'll have December's statement and December, February, she'll have January.
The next couple of months before the end of the fiscal year, we'll get board comments. And we'll kind of tweak what we're currently doing to work to have a better process that works for the business.
oh, I did want the board to know that, I don't ever want you to feel like that we are not, that this is not an urgent matter or something that we're paying attention to every month. As soon as this meeting is over every month, Ms. Dumas and I sit down and we start working on what's coming up for next month. And we start pushing on these guys, they'll tell you, and we have our agenda prep meeting and we ask everybody for what their items are and we set the deadlines and we say it's gotta happen. And we always point out, you know, the disappointment that you all have with us month over month. So, I want you to know that we're doing that every month, and I know that we're still not always hitting the targets, and it's frustrating. And I
think
know
if
it's
we-
frustrating to you.
I think if we give you the month previous instead of the current month that you in, that might help.
Most people.
We can try it, and then, you know, I appreciate you all today taking this time to really highlight that and put some urgency on it, because I want us all as a team, because this is a team, the CEO, the chiefs and managers and so forth, everybody has to contribute to that. I want them to hear that as urgently from you all, that in order for you to be an effective board, you've got to have the information, and it's got to be happening. It's got to be coming to you timely. We've got to be completing it timely. And like I said, I know Miss Dumas and I work really hard on pushing the deadlines, and you know, things always come up, and you know, there's no excuses to it. It's frustrating for everyone involved, including me. So I appreciate you bringing that up today.
I think structure is important. We've got a structure, we can live within the structure, we should operate within that structure.
And we have diligently tried and not done very well, but diligently tried. Thank you, Dr. Robinson.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the individual item B, request board approval for the revision of the FY 2020. I'm on D.
Yeah.
Request board approval to end the pilot session. Oh, okay. Request board approval of the official end of the pilot governance meeting schedule and adopt the new governance meeting schedule for the remaining months of FY 24. And we will look into having the reporting be 1 month behind, so that we're not reporting in the month of the board meeting.
Are we adding that to this? Oh,
Yeah.
he's adding that.
We're in that, so we can give staff that time to put everything together.
I'll second that motion.
But, yeah.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a motion made by Director Odell and seconded by Director Stone to approve item 5D with the stated amendment by giving staff reporting duties to report 1 month behind. And I'll do a roll call vote. Director Emerson,
Yes.
Director Odell,
Yes.
Director Stone,
Yes.
Director Lockett,
Yes.
Director Adams,
Yeah.
Director Robinson.
I think I'm gonna abstain.
I have that report. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Director Leggett,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
and Chairman Cody.
Yes.
Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
5D with the amendment.
Thank you. Before we go into our executive director's report, I'm gonna ask if you want to take lunch at this time.
Yes.
Well, can I make a motion to amend the agenda, and while we are going through our lunch, do our executive session? Would everybody be in favor?
We have to go to the executive, we're gonna have.
Gotta go to the executive director's report.
No,
we don't-
go
no.
to
No,
executive
that's
session.
go ahead and adjourn. into
Eat lunch
executive
while we
session.
do executive
Yes, we
session.
have
Okay,
that.
so,
We have
We do have one today.
I'm making
Okay.
a motion to amend the agenda to move the executive session up.
Yes.
We have to do about 3/4 of a vote.
We just have lunch during that time.
No,
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 that's what he's
Director's
saying, have
report.
lunch during the executive session.
Yeah.
So
Executive
you asked
session.
to move it up, I'm just asking, could we just eat lunch while doing unit updates, or is that like disrespectful to unit updates?
It doesn't matter. How
I
we
think if
go.
we could do work and business at the same time, I'm in favor
Well,
of
we
that.
can do that in the executive
Yeah,
session.
work
Well,
is
Yeah.
executive.
so let's do the executive session before people start leaving.
yeah.
Sounds good.
All right.
Motion and a second. So I second that.
And that's to move up the agenda, to amend the agenda, and then I think we actually have to,
Come out of this session.
no, I think we then have to,
Take a motion to go into executive session.
Yeah.
no, don't we have to say that what we're amending the agenda for? I'm just making the motion to amend the agenda.
That's exactly right.
So the motion now is just to amend the agenda, and then I'll make a motion to move the executive session up.
Okay, so we go twice. Okay,
Just raise it.
yeah, all in favor? Oh, did you get a second? Did you get a second? I'll second it, okay. So all in favor? All in favor?
That's to amend the agenda. All right, the second motion
Director Leggett?
is to move the executive session.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Um, have our lunch break while we're doing our executive session. So our executive session will be moved to be in front of our executive director's report and updates. Okay. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Do you want an easy way to create professional invoices?
Yes.
Try to create. Season with Pod. Save up to 25%.
Okay, so we're gonna make a motion now to go into executive session.
Yes.
All right, I make the motion to go into
Second.
executive session.
Second that.
Director Leggett?
Show of hands.
Yes, ma'am.
We're voting for executive
Yes.
session.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
There we go.
In executive.
Thank you.
We should have a real social.
So we're gonna grab a box and.
Get it. Yeah, get with you in a minute.
Gone, guys.
Gone. All right. Yeah.
Good thing, how you?
Let's see, up and out and around and doing your thing.
All right,
I think I know, they were
Director Lega, we're getting ready to go into the breakout rooms.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Um,
Well, I'm still working on it, but I'm.
Everybody selling a CD and showing that bus stop without a phone. That's never happened. You talking about breaking in houses.
I'll show it to you. I'll show it. I was supposed to get a tour. Boy, we're live.
Live? Yes. Thank you. I welcome everybody back. From the executive session. I should have known that there was no votes or actions taken. Now, we'll be moving forward with our executive director's report. How are we gonna go and take a vote on? We want to take a motion and second.
For item 7B under executive.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the real estate item under agenda item 7B.
And a second. I second. Beverly, can we do?
Thank you.
Vote.
Okay. Director Emerson,
Yeah.
Director Odell,
Yes.
Director Stone, not present for the vote. Director Lockett,
Yes.
Director Adams,
Yes.
Director Robinson,
Yes.
Director Leggett. Director Leggett. Not present for the vote. Director Taylor
Yes.
and Chairman Cody.
Yes.
Chairman motion passed to approve the action for 7B.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we'd like to move on to our executive director's report, and I'd like to open the floor up for our CEO, Ms. Linda Masters.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just a couple of quick items, that high level items that I wanted to brief the board on. The first is we had talked about earlier how grateful we are to have Carolyn Small's expertise here. And she and I have been diligently working on some of our vacant positions, including some of our key management positions. And we are not quite ready to announce the name yet, but we are in process on the background work and so forth of a really, we think a very strong DEIB EEO candidate that we think is really going to lead us forward in that area. We're very excited about it. It's a candidate that the county was familiar with in your previous role. So anyway, just more good news to come there. You're going to see in just a few minutes a little quick video snippet from our Fuse fellow that is going to be joining us soon to work on affordable housing, transit mobility, and homelessness as an intersection of issues that transit mobility can help move the needle on. And I think it's especially timely, not only with our SMART grant, but I think even more timely. I hope most of you have had an opportunity to read the Alice report that came out for Chatham County and for the state of Georgia for United Way. Those reports have been done across the country. That Alice report is just a remarkable viewpoint into the working poor, those who are at the poverty level, but are still working at sometimes 2 jobs or more, just to maintain basic needs. And so it's a place where I think transit mobility in particular can be a game changer. Wanted to mention to you that I met with the Pooler Chamber of Commerce this morning at their invitation. And we had a very good and very supportive conversation about continuing to advance notions of how transit mobility can be a part of Pooler's future with their business community. This evening, I will be leaving to go to ITS America. ITS is the Intelligent Transportation Society. And ITS America is a national conference, very high profile, and we are one of 3 SMART grantees who will be presenting with the head of the SMART Grant Program for USDOT on our various projects. So once again, the CAP project will be showcased on a national platform. And I think that's not only good for us as a brand, but it's also good for that competitive next phase of SMART Grant cycle that's coming up. The ITC floor plan that you all offered input into was sent to you earlier this week, and I just wanted to again thank both Directors Edminster and Director Robinson on the input that you gave, and I think the real improvements that have been made there. We are still working with the architect to go back to look at those changes and determine what, if any, sort of change order may result from making the changes to what had been presented as a final design. Working on that. We are also very much focused on the triennial review follow-up. When we're not trying to prepare for the next agenda and the next board meeting, Ms. Dumas and I are keenly focused on our triennial review results and the follow-ups and so forth. We have been offered we've been given a technical assistance team from FTA to support us in getting those findings and things and action items that they required of us resolved, one of which is the development of a full EEO plan. We also are working on budget, and you should be getting, I think Ms. Cutter is very near final budget. And so you should be getting the budget document very, very soon. And I would ask you, in addition to all of the fine work that Ms. Cutter and the team, our entire management team has been in developing that, to also please be sure and look at the CEO's message in there, because I think it's an important one and one that I will appreciate your feedback on as board members. And now if we can take just a minute, if you can cue up the Fuse Fellows video so we can listen to it just really quickly. I'd like Rio, she was not able to be here today. She's actually in training to start the position next week. So she will be here on site, and her space is upstairs in right outside Mary's office. We have a series of cubicles, some of which are already filled, but she's going to be taking up one of those cubicle spaces for her year that she will be with us. Who is the Fuse Fellow? Do you remember the Fuse grant that we got?
It doesn't cost us.
The one that costs the money to buy that software?
No.
No.
Which one?
This is just a Fuse fellowship that we were given. It's a national grant that we received, and the city provided all the match. And this is a person who has expertise in this area, and she's going to be coming in to work with us in sort of in companion with our SMART grant, but also just as a part of looking more deeply into and developing strategies and action strategies around homelessness, affordable housing, and transit mobility, and how those things fit together. Have we got it up yet? Yeah, it was voted on.
But I guess the question is about what activities she be doing.
She had, if you recall from the contract, she has some very specific deliverables that have to be made, and so I would direct you back to those.
So this isn't the one that we got from DOT? The software?
No.
No,
This is actually a physical person.
it's a person. And here she is, Gloria Wesley. I'm glad to send it back out again to you all this week to help refresh on it.
Where is she coming here from?
Actually, Statesboro, where she currently is, but she's originally from, where was she? Louisiana? Mississippi. One of those places, Mississippi or Mississippi, I think. I can't hear her.
But this is one of the things that I think is important, that when her work is done, we should have something tangible to look at and see how it impacts what we're doing.
And what we plan to use it in a very primary way for, is in coordination, obviously, with the county on those kinds of matters, but also to include it in our SMART Grant 2 application. It's another competitive edge that we give ourselves when we make that application for funding, that we're doing this level and this kind of work. That just bumps us up. Okay. Okay. Very good. And so that's really, all in my report. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Tomasi, and we're, again, just a quick reminder, we're just doing very high level reporting today. The full report was sent to you in advance. If you have any questions on that, please ask them. We're trying
We're
this
gonna
out
put it on
today.
missing pieces though, and I think it's a really important, you can missing data.
Well, you can ask him about that while he's presenting.
No, I don't wanna ask about it, I just wanna see it.
You wanna see it?
Yeah, I think he's gonna redo it when he send it back out to him.
In the folder, the monthly report. And putting on the folders.
Is it updated from what I do?
So we were waiting on, data from finance and, safety.
Right,
So the template is all those departments going and fill their part, but this time they weren't ready. So when we had all that is taken down.
so what I got now is updated?
Yes. we are-
Okay, okay.
All right, Dr. Manning, you want to do your overview, high level report? Thank you, sir.
When, Monday?
For the finance.
For the
Yeah, I got the finance. piece.
So the only thing missing was the finance piece that we. I'm just gonna be brief, I'm only gonna share with you about Cat Connect and our division updates and also our expansion. So, if you're ready, can I have just a Cat Connect? Just,
So can you tell us what we're not gonna see?
So, unlike in the past where I go with everything about 9 slides, this time I'm just giving, about 3 or 4 slides that I want to comment on.
But that full deck was made available to the public on the website, and it was sent out to the board in advance. So if you have any questions about it, we would answer those in the meeting. We're just trying this out today, to see how that might work, because we were trying to also be mindful of the length of the board meetings.
Now I have to share. I'll share this. Thank you.
If we need to, we could wait and send them the fees fellow by email afterwards, if that works better. You should be able to hear it on your home computer for sure. Probably better.
She'll be here next week.
She will be here next week, and she'll be here for the next board meeting. But which, actually, we're not having. If you want to meet her too, we'll make a motion. So. Yes, sir. Still fine.
So I'll do just like, just the Cat Connect slide. So this is the Cat Connect, we're talking about rules of Sharon. And if you see last one, the month of February, we had only 76. And just within a month, it's almost like double, 119.
So that 76 represent Rose of Sharon.
Yeah, that's the month of February.
They were using Cat Connect.
Yeah, Cat Connect.
Okay, and it was free then
Yes, pretty, yeah.
in February.
Yeah, it was been free since we like.
Uh-huh.
So it's still free. The point I'm trying to make is that if you compare March to February, you can see
That it went up.
that it went up almost double. And all of it, I should see that the month of March, the Cat Connect is really helping out. So, the highest.
We're gonna keep talking about it.
With the Cat Connect, it's the same as, they don't have to have a CDL to drive the Cat
Yes.
Connect.
Yeah.
It's all micro
license.
transfer. It's all micro transfer.
So,
So, this was put out and say for later, but we got Capinet, we got microtransit, we got all this one right now, and paratransit. Okay, where are we getting the drivers from?
Well, the drivers, they come in, as you remember, we had every Friday walking, and also we advertise, we've been very aggressive recruitment.
I know, but I'm saying we're currently running these modes of transportation. So how are we using to do it now? I know we're hiring, but we were always, having problems having.
That was the principal outside because of the CBO.
So we 100% covered on microtransit, Connect, and paratransit.
No, but we having some problems with paratransit. They calling the county like crazy.
What,
They calling and complaining and complaining and complaining. I've gotten calls from a city councilwoman and a county commissioner, so.
yeah, so what happened was the timing, so the time we launched microtransit, we have to use some of our paratransit drivers.
So we don't have enough.
No, we have the way in class, so that's why I said the timing.
We had a
Those students-
2-week period where
There was
that
2
happened.
weeks period where we launched microtransit before the students came out of class. That's why that 2 weeks was that struggle, because these students could not come and replace, so we took 5 drivers out of paratransit to do microtransit, waiting for the students that are coming in to graduate.
In the future, we should not do it.
Yes,
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
100%.
Because
Yeah.
that,
It had a very bad impact, yes.
it creates a huge problem.
I agree, 100%.
It is resolved this week, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying.
But I know we had 2 weeks where there were complaints and we were
When
trying
we
to.
launch these things, we need to make sure
The
that,
timing, yes.
Yeah,
the timing.
Yeah.
yeah.
And we actually sat down and talked about it ahead of time and thought that we were gonna be able to manage it effectively. And then there were some call outs for, you have operators that have to be out or they get sick or things just happen. And we ended up not having the coverage that we thought we were gonna have. And so for 2 weeks, it impacted us off and on. And so we're aware of the complaints. We've been hearing them and dealing with them too, but this week, effective this week, that should not exist anymore.
Any questions on the Cabinet progress report?
Williams Sisters went up way up.
Yeah, there's a demand. Fuller is not doing that great, and so I have to visit and see where, we're sending them to location, and what I'm hearing is that they wanna go somewhere else. So we have to sit with them and see if we change the location with more people, right? So we'll pick them up and drop them at Walmart. They wanted to go to the Walmart on Obishi Road. So it's a whole different conversation. Then we have.
What's the next?
Updates. That would be the last.
Okay. That's all happening.
The other big division of the electric project on Ontario. The glory. Oh, right. So this is what I've talked to Ms. Gray about, and I want the board also to be aware. So currently, what's going on is that the on-demand services with the paratransit, the system is set up that when you get a call, when you get a robocall, that means you are silent right. If you don't get a robocall, that means you don't have a right. I want to change all that. I want to have we did talk to Rodmarch. There's a system that we can set up to inform those that have a right and those who don't have a right. So right now, if you get a robocall, that means this is the paratransit side. It's done by manifest. So the manifest is done today for the next day. And everybody that get a ride will be informed by robocall that you get a ride. If you don't get a ride, that means there's no any assigned vehicle to pick you up. And that's very confusing. So what they do is, good question, and that's why I want to change that. So now they end up calling the call center to find out, hey, I didn't get a robocall, that means I didn't get a ride. If they are being informed there's no ride for them, they'll find alternative means, or we'll tell them they are all unassigned. Meanwhile, meaning they're on a standby. I think we should let them know. So now they get up in the morning. There's no phone that called them to say your ride is okay for tomorrow. They end up calling the call center. The volume to the call center goes up.
Waiting for a ride.
Yes. they don't even know if they have a ride coming or not, because they were not informed. I want to change all that, so, we're trying to create, see the one that is in microtransit. Can you put down real quick? Yes. So what is on-demand services? I want to create a customer service for just on-demand. Now, even our microtransit system, if you don't have an app, you cannot use it. We can let out people that don't have cell phones or not even used to cell phones, but they might have a house phone. So we create another line where instead of the app, they can call that line and somebody book them a ride to pick them up. So this is,
And your phone system is VoIP, right?
yes, it's your. So right now, that is why I think that the on-demand should have its own call center, where it'll be here. In some cases, when you call the ITC, where the call center is, they will end up calling paratransit to see what's the ride, and the driver might be sitting at the lobby. So now the dispatcher will go and say, hey, you're late. So why don't you send a call to where the action is? To me, that's how it's done everywhere. So we're working on changing that to have on-demand services under one roof. They have their own customer service and take that from the ITC.
So moving the call center.
No, the call center is still gonna be there.
I was going to ask, was that a bad idea?
No, the idea is the call center, like fixed route, lost and found, marine services, all of the call center. The on-demand side of business is different because the ride is done,
Yeah, I got it.
the day before. So there's more calls, reservation, did I have a ride, all that stuff. And then the funny thing is when they call the call center will call paratransit services and find out, why don't we send that information straight, the customer to the client, and let's help them out instead
So
of
you're gonna compartmentalize the trunk system
just
so that they go directly to the
where,
system.
yes, where you need it.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So our next one, I will give an update on that. It requires some IT system to be put in place. And I think that will satisfy the customer and also, the public in general, because the call center getting calls about paratransit and they have no idea what's going on. And that's not how we do business.
So did you get somebody to build you some dashboards?
I'm working on the dashboard. I'm writing a proposal to Ms. Carter, we talked last night. And then when it comes to you guys, I've done all our homework.
And yes, so the Savannah State, engineering technology, student that's been an intern for the last year through Smartgraph is completing out some of her, some information that she has to do in order to be able to apply for a full-time job subsequent to graduation. And we are recruiting her heavily to keep her. She's really good and already familiar with a lot of our work, and we want to migrate her over. She would be a part of the IT Innovation Technology Group, but one of her key assignments would be building out the dashboard, and she's already been working with Dr. Manny on some of the preliminary foundation work of that.
So are you planning to house it in SharePoint?
No, I'm planning to have it in what we call Microsoft BI.
Right,
Yeah, so the dashboard will
the
be.
power, yeah,
Power
Power
Power apps.
but using the Power Apps, they'll probably house it in SharePoint
Yeah, it'll be SharePoint, but
Yeah.
then it'll be only restricted.
to the Power.
Yeah, not everybody will have that.
With the permission.
Definitions, yeah. Like they mean, we will know how many, of course, winning, we know how many passes were late,
And
all
you'll
that
use
kind of stuff.
SQL,
Yeah, SQL.
okay.
Oh, wow, good, that's good.
But she'll be working with our current tech guy.
Yeah, so the intern, which I had in my office, she know how to read SQL, sequence language.
Mhm.
Yeah,
She
she
is
knows about
really
that, and she's
talented.
very talented. So she'll be one of my partners. She'll
And
be
we're,
reporting to IT, but better line to me for the dashboard.
and we're so excited though that we're hiring a Savannah State student that started off with us as an
That's a
intern.
good thing.
Absolutely.
Your interface, will you use an Access interface or?
Success
Excel?
interface. I think I might have to recruit you. Okay, two more slides, next one, and then that's about our expansion. Now, as you can see from the Cat Connect,
Look at that Cat Connect ridership
we're right now
update,
from
guys.
600 to 1,009.
And I want to mention Port Wentworth. So Port Wentworth, had their city council meeting last week. Chairman and I talked about it, and so when we're looking at a new service like that, and we're looking at what is a really successful new service, we look at a metric that is passengers per hour. Their passengers per hour for the first month and a little bit of service is twice what we think of as a successful level of passengers per hour. No, on the Port Wentworth service expansion.
So have we did we were putting some modification to the contract, have you done that yet?
With Port Wentworth.
Clarifying what we, the last meeting, we put together a memo and, I'm redoing that right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, okay, so I knew we put work on it, and then with the five, we were supposed to look at that safety issue with the five.
Yes,
Has that been
so,
fixed?
yeah, we've, again, we went out there and did an evaluation, and I went out there with both an operator and our, safety,
Security risk
supervisor.
manager.
And so, I have a memo of the said,
Have you been out there to see it yet?
Port
Figured
Wentworth,
it out what?
They don't have to hire me.
You had to ride with him.
Port Wentworth
Ride
is
with him.
incredibly excited though. And like I said, their service, activity has been incredible. So, and they're still very excited about it.
A quick one on that, since we're still on the speed, the Past Communication Center, if you can all recall, when I first got here, I was talking about separating the paratransit from the bus, command center. I did that. So now the paratransit have their own section, workstation, where they don't talk about each other. In the past, they were all in the same room. So a paratransit will get a call, will get a call, and they're all talking, they can't even hear each other. So that is.
Oh, that's nice. So you set up
Yes,
pods.
yes.
That is nice.
So now, both departments are very happy to have their own unique workstation.
And with that service expansion in the Port Wentworth, do we have any indication as to whether these are people getting to work? You know, who's riding the bus, are they getting to work? Or are they just lease driver riders or?
So, I mean, we do have significantly more riders on the weekday and normal business hours. We haven't done a formal information survey, yet, but it appears that.
We wouldn't have done an onboard survey this quick. You would let it sort of settle out for about 6 months.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
17, 18, 19.
yeah. That's what my question is that, but in time, we'll know.
I will tell you, we had somebody tell us a really interesting story about that they drove from somewhere, they've like created their own park and ride lot. They're parking in a Publix parking lot and catching the bus to come into the job of them. So, I mean, I was trying to remember who told us this.
Well, I was out and about and was stopped by somebody who said, I had my little cat lanyard on. And they
Oh,
said,
you was a
"You work at
student?
cat."
You was a student?
It was somebody who worked in downtown, Savannah and lived out in Fort Wentworth and was saying that he parks in the, Publix parking lot and catches the bus to get to his job in downtown.
That's actually the second one I've heard like that now, because this was a lady that told us.
And Fort Wentworth should say to talk to the businesses, because they'll start, once they notice those cars are there, they'll tow. If they don't have permission to park, no, they'll notice because they audit the parking lots.
Yeah.
Because they stopped, the people were parking, and I don't know where they were going, but they were parking in the parking lot of Publix on Abercorn and Largo. And they sent somebody there and moved them all.
Typically, though, you can, and that's one of the things that we want to try to do with park and ride lots is to enter into joint use agreements with places like a Publix or church parking lot or places like that, because you don't want to build out a whole system of parking ride lots when you've got a system in development like this.
Yeah.
You want to wait and let it all kind of really settle out and solidify, and then you think about where you actually want to build permanent parking ride lots like they have in the Atlanta region.
Because I was thinking too, maybe when we look at where the riders are, if we need to move the stops closer to where the majority of the riders are, that might be a consideration too. And we could limit them having to park in a private parking lot.
They got one stop that's a distance away from the apartment complex, and it's right near the gas station, which I thought was kind of weird.
Yeah.
The placement of it. Because you had to walk so far outside of the apartment complex. But
But this is good news. I hope that what part, I realize there's lots of questions about this, but I hope overall what you all take away from this, Dr. Manning's been doing a great job. And his team been doing a great job, and what we really have here is a really grand CAT success story of what our future looks like.
Well, and my thing is, it looks good and we're serving the people that really need the service in a way that is easy for them to access it. That's what makes it good.
Yeah, with the company, it's a very successful story. Because there, with the drivers of their life, we did the survey, they all love the service. It's always there when you need it, so.
Well,
that's a
the
good story.
seniors on Well Connect is remarkable, and then microtransit, you know, what we found, I guess it was last week, I think it was Friday, we couldn't meet the demand.
Yeah,
The demand just completely overtook us.
and that's
and
gonna
so-
have so much effect because
Yeah,
once people know about the microtransit, that's another way of.
and that's why we're going to
But the-
Phoenix tonight, is so that we can present with those guys. We're gonna keep marketing ourselves for that next funding opportunity all day long.
So the fixed route, the Pope one, is that Route 5?
Yes, the
What
one,
you're saying is doing exceptionally well.
yeah,
That-
but we,
that what I understand.
Yes. we should be
Yes.
providing you data, ridership data on just that expansion.
What's it?
And our next board meeting here.
Okay.
So I think it's necessary for the board to know what's going on. Two more slides and I will be done. Just to talk about expansion, thing, but next slide.
Dr. Minnie, when you get to Marine Services too, I need to take a minute because Director Adams had a question about Marine Services that I wanted to answer when you get to that.
Oh, okay. Can you pull up the marine services record? Oh, I'm looking at.
Just really quick, we might not even need to have it up there. So there's actually two really good news stories in Marine Services right now.
Now, look at the ridership on the marine side.
Yeah, well, you can tell
The March.
the
70,000,
conferences
yeah.
are upon us right now.
So,
So the question that Director Adams asked was about the charging infrastructure. So we met with Georgia Power, on site. The county will have slip 3 dredged by the end of summer. We met with Georgia Power on site and their team that does marine electrical work, about 3 weeks ago or so. And they gave us just sort of a very high level cost estimate of what it was going to take to get electric charging infrastructure into that area over there. And that was part of what drove our request for the legislature, because they helped fund the ferries last session, and this year we were like, well, we need this electric charging infrastructure to be able to use the hybrid power of these things. In addition to that, once the county dredges slip 3, that's going to enable us to activate that intermodal center that is over there. That is an important part. It was one of the triennial review notes to us again this year, and that was a repeat note to us, is that project was completed 2 years ago and has never been activated. And we need to get it activated, or we'll be looking at a repayment situation. So that intermodal facility will be activated, slip 3 will be dredged, and we'll have access over there. Georgia Power's working with us on the charging infrastructure, and now we have a funding source between those congressionally directed spending earmarks that you approved earlier today, and then the match money that we got from the state. There's also a grant that is eligible for that, and I think we're planning to apply for both, so that if for some reason one of the congressional spending marks doesn't come through, we make sure we've got a couple of options for how we make sure we get that charging infrastructure done. Then in addition to that, our ferry maintenance facility will be at the end of that slip, kind of to the rear of it, and we're getting closer on that to completing the environmental and permitting and all that sort of thing. We had a couple of issues with the city on hydrants, sewer and water, and we're about done with that. And 2 of the ferries are operating right now. Two are not.
2 more coming.
And we are negotiating with FTA right now on the potential retirement of the Juliet Gordon Love. Because we have a situation with her right now where she's developed another mechanical issue and she's up out of the water. And this particular mechanical issue does not permit us to just lower her back into the water and let her sit. As you recall, both the Juliet Gordon Low and the Susie King Taylor have some available, useful life left on them. But FTA is willing to work with us on the Juliet Gordon Low, and so I'm hoping that we're gonna be able to go ahead and get that, because we can't put it back in the water, which means we'll have to pay storage if we don't go ahead and get her retired and send on her way. So, I was trying to think, oh, but that's what's going on with the charging infrastructure. That charging infrastructure over there, you asked me about, units. The way charging infrastructure works for the marine services is a little different. It's not like a charging infrastructure like we see for a vehicle and we think of for a vehicle. It's a little different. It's more of a system of charging infrastructure than and there's actually, on these ferries, there's two things that have to charge at the same time. There's one that is it charges the battery, and the other one runs the cooling thing that has to run while the battery is charging, because it keeps the temperature where it needs to be for a while it's recharging. It's a little more. So that's going to be a pretty expensive project. It's going to be somewhere on the order of about $1.2 million. But we have the funds covered on that. And one last little thing, a little glimpse into future. So the bids are in for third ferry, and right now, what is the apparent low bid that we'd be bringing to you for a recommendation? Remember the last time we awarded bids on the ferry was 2 years ago now, almost 2 years ago. And unlike everything else, where the price has gone up on everything, we were expecting to see, who knows what, the prices actually remained nearly the same, a little bit, even just a tiny little bit lower than with the same vendor in this particular case too. So, so we're that was just great news, because that meant we had everything covered. We had a really good meeting with the Savannah Convention Center this past week to talk about funding and so forth. And I think we've got some funding partnerships between that and development that's occurring. We met with John Kay over on Hutchinson Island also a couple of weeks ago and talked about what's going on over there. And I think he's going to be building a dock that we'll be able to use. And he's going to build it specifically for us to be able to use. So
No cost to us.
no cost to us. Better knock on some wood. We're going to need it for the all right.
Last slide.
Okay, Dr. Mead. I'm sorry.
Just to show and let the board know our expansion, how it was received. It's all the way to the, okay, so this is when we launched the 5B at Port One Web. And that's the picture that we all took, and everybody's smiling. The last one is the micro transit, and there's a director here that is still here. Look at him.
Give a guy some scissors.
Yeah, the scissors are cutting.
I call it.
So that completes my presentation. This is a new way of presenting, and if you guys want to go back to the old one, I'm always available to show you all my slides. If not, we just highlight what we can do. You know,
All right. Next is
I think we're gonna show the video.
oh, also, we have a SCAD Pro partnership. I just saw that little SCAD thing that popped up there. A SCAD Pro partnership we're going to be presenting to you soon.
What is that?
It's to do a 48-hour design challenge with them that would be a part of our brand refresh.
Oh, okay.
We went on a tour with them and they showed us their backlot, and you know, there's one portion of the backlot that looks like.
And I'm currently serving as a Hughes Executive Fellow in the Savannah, Georgia. I'm sorry I cannot attend this meeting. However, I wanted to share my Hughes Ignite presentation to provide a little insight into who I am. Looking at this slide, you might assume that I'm living my best life, but you'd be surprised to learn that my journey towards a fulfilling life began at the start of a 3-year divorce battle in 2021. What sets me apart is my ability to thrive in uncertain situations, which has been vital in my life transformation now at the age of 48. As the eldest of 5 siblings, my parents instilled in us the belief that success was achievable through hard work and education. Despite their own divorce, after I graduated from high school, we all went on to achieve various academic and personal milestones. Our family foundation and faith taught us to prioritize the interest of others, which I consciously embrace by mentoring aspiring entrepreneurs and actively serving in both my community and to my country. My military service broadened my horizons and allowed me to travel and to foster my love for college. A passion that I still indulge in today. My signature drink is hot caramel macchiato made upside down with a little extra drizzle. These relationships have been instrumental in helping me navigate through life's challenges. Recently, I lost one to breast cancer, which was a poignant reminder of the importance of cherished relationships. When I retired at 40, that didn't signal the end of my journey. Rather, it marked a new chapter. From leading high-performing teams to starting my own business, writing a book, and earning industry positions, I've continued to strive for excellence while investing in Despite my responsibility, my greatest treasure is my pride. I prioritize them as well as my own personal downtime. You know, Napoleon knows that you are the master of your destiny. So despite detours, including becoming a teen mom, I've proven that change is constant, but growth is intentional. So in closing, I stand before you as one who has failed and succeeded. I hold on to the people that I was created for a purpose. So I thank you for this opportunity to work with Gallagher Transit, and I look forward to collaborating with each of you on this project.
So again, that's Miss Gloria Wesley, and she will be starting with us. She's in orientation right now with Hughes, and she will be housed here starting on Monday. So we're really excited to have her join the team, and really looking forward to what she's going to bring with her project. And so for my presentation, you all received the package, just a little updates. I did send an updated report on what's that, Monday or Tuesday, that included the comparison with the TDP. And at the last meeting, you had also asked to add the weekend ridership and the cost data. So that was also included in the report. So are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And next is, Gloria for Ms. Coach.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
It's good to see you. The blue is beautiful.
Thank you so much. The March financials are in the board packet. However, I'm going to do a really quick overview of the financials for the month.
Okay. Yeah, I think the report was really, I appreciate your.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying so.
I want to give Gloria big props to, we went and had our budget meeting with the county last week, and I think she and I were both surprised, and we had done a lot of pre-communication between Ms. Cutter, Gloria, and myself with county leadership over the last month and a half, lots of communication, but we went in and our budget meeting lasted 15 minutes, and it was thumbs up. So we were actually kind of surprised. We were like, do you have another question?
Yes, Mr. Massimo and Ms. Cutter really had me prepared for that meeting, I must say. Yeah, it turned out really well.
And Miss Gloria and I rescued someone from a fall on a spill on one of the Savannah sidewalks. On our way there.
Really concerning, yeah. It's really concerning. I'm glad to have a happy ending.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, here we are, financial overview for March 2024. And we have our operating account with a March 31st ending balance of 11,820,000. In our capital grant account, the month of March ended with a balance of 5,908,000. Our Georgia Fund investment account ended with a balance of 8,405,000. Next slide, please. Our Georgia Investment Fund, our beginning balance for March was 8,367,000. We earned interest of $38,262 for the month. And we ended with a balance of 8.4 million, which is awesome. Awesome. Okay, this is a slide of our transit taxes that was collected during the month of March, but we received them in the month of April. We received a total of $170,000. March is one of our lower collection periods. February, March, and April are actually our low collection periods. We do anticipate receiving a higher sum in the month of May and June. Next slide. Our cash funding receipts for the month of March, Chatham County transit taxes. We actually received $154,000. Paratransit fund, $495,000. City of Savannah POR fees, $45,000. For FTA grant assistance, it's a timing issue with this. We will receive the funds for the operating assistance in the month of April. As a matter of fact, we've already received them and we will be reporting those next month. City of Savannah DOT shuttle, we received $197,000 for the month of March for the shuttle service. Our operating cash balance, March 31st, $11,746,000.
What is the City of Savannah POR?
Those are the per occupancy room taxes that we receive for the city from the hotel, which goes towards the Marine Service. Yes, ma'am.
And there is a discussion about increasing, but there's a discussion about finally at last increasing that.
Next slide, please. You're there, thank you. Okay, so this is our projected cash. As stated from the slide before, we said our ending balance for March was 11,746,000. We're anticipating having an ending balance at fiscal year end, June 30th, of $12,745,000. That concludes my brief presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Gloria.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then our HR update from our interim HR manager, Ms. Smalls.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to be here with you. I'm standing in for Ms. Cutter this month to bring you the HR update. And the information is in your packet. I will be presenting information from March 2024. And so for some details, I'll refer to that. I'll highlight a few things. I realize I'm one of the last items standing between you and adjournment, so I will go through some information here. So on this slide that you're looking at, what I want to highlight, Mr. Massimo mentioned that we are focusing on recruitment, and I'm going to show you some statistics on that. But every month we always focus on wellness and have a different wellness calendar. In March, the focus was on nutrition. March was National Nutrition Month, so there was a variety of activities that we focused on related to that in the month of March. Next slide. On the recruitment stats, now these numbers you see each time and in pretty much the same categories, but the numbers vary and they net out almost the same. But what I want to point out here is the
new hire number is a big increase from last month. Last month, there were 0 new hires. I mean, in February, there were 0 new hires. In March, there were 10. And that's attributable mainly to hiring 6 fixed route employees and 3 paratransit. So there has been some movement on that front that increased the new hire numbers for the month of March. So we are hoping to continue on that trend and continue growth in that area. Next slide. And so the next 2 slides are, I won't go through these in detail. This is to give you some information on the application status, how many are in process, how many we're missing information on, our attempts to contact applicants or our inability to contact applicants, and how many pending interviews there were for that month, as well as post-interview rejection.
So those applications are done online?
Yes, they're done through the applicant tracking
Because
system.
I was thinking they were in person, you can almost tell you to fill this and this out, but it's done online. And when you see it, it's incomplete. Right.
Well, the missing applicant information, it may not be information on the application, but it may be information in there when we're doing the background screening. If they don't get back with us and we're requesting additional information, sometimes we're unable to get that. Sometimes they don't call back, don't respond to our attempts to contact them. So sometimes you can have trouble completing the process.
One thing we're working on too in the HR space that you all have requested in the past, and we are working on it, is we give you recruitment strategies, but also, recruitment numbers, but also looking at retention numbers. Because if we hire 30, but 20 leave, so, what are we? So we started really trying to focus in, because you all have been asking for that for a bit, and we're trying to get that information solid to present to you.
Yes, and on that note, on the next slide, you'll see the various retention strategies that CAT is undertaking for FY24. These are ongoing activities. And many of them, some of them are related to wellness, either physical, mental wellness, or financial wellness through lunch and learns, fun days, different morale building activities that are engaged in throughout the year to build morale and help retain employees. And so those will be ongoing throughout the fiscal year. And to drill down on that a little bit more regarding employee wellness, you can see some activities that took place in the month of March. And so every Friday is Fresh Fruit Friday. I think it's well received. I've only been here a few weeks, but I've caught on to that. Everybody enjoys Fresh Fruit Friday. We appreciate Christina handling that every week. And in March, there was line dancing and a lunch and learn on diabetes health that was in line with the National Nutrition Month. And this month in April, the wellness theme is on stress reduction. So you'll see the lunch and learn is related to stress, stress less, live more, and then a chair yoga day coming up on April the 26th.
We also sent, based upon some work that was done through the HR department, we sent some tips for stress management out to all staff at CAT, and we also worked with union leadership to distribute it to all of the union's membership for those who might not otherwise have, easy email access. I will tell you, so the day that we were interviewing our youth candidates was line dancing day. They thought we were the most fun employer on the planet. They were like, "What's going on in that room over there?" Because you could hear everybody in here having a really good time. The line dancing was a popular one. So I think that those are the kinds of things we're doing, and we're also paying really close attention to when employees say that they're struggling, we're getting to them quickly. We are finding out what the issues are, and then we're getting them the resources that they need in order to help manage this. We've been working with county and with I met earlier this week with Hospice Savannah, which sounds kind of different, but Sterling Secrest, when we were doing our benefits negotiation, told us that they have an expansive EAP program. And I had no idea of all the offerings they have, but met with their leadership this week. And we're hoping between some of their own sort of transportation needs and some of the things that they offer that we can work out a strong partnership.
Thank you.
believe that's the last slide. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Chairman, it's back to you.
All right, thank you for all the presentation, Bill. Do we have any old new business? That being said, moving on to the chairman director's item. We have a director's request for board approval and CEO implementation of potential litigation and personal complaint policy.
Chairman, I think Andrew has a report out on that.
Yeah, this was, the policy that, Director Odell had created a draft of. This is this policy, this draft policy, Director Odell. I
Yeah,
don't think it's really right to vote on.
no, not yet. I have something I need to send you. I
Yeah,
didn't see it
so.
on over there.
I mean, just to give you a status report, Director Odell, did a wonderful job drafting, doing the initial draft of a proposed policy on, handling and notification to the board of certain complaints. I provided comments and a red line edit to Director Odell with the anticipation of then circulating that to, the entire board. Director Odell, though, had some further edits, and so we're in the process of working through those. And so when we get a clean version, we'll send it to y'all for your, review. And I guess in a future meeting, it'll be taken up.
No more comment? No questions or comments? All right, this time, I'd like to appreciate everybody for coming out this month. Great board meeting. We're gonna adjourn this meeting today, May 28th, time is 3:29.
Thank you all very much. Oh.